Today, we're going to be discussing the 7 subtle bodies that are within the human vessel. And each one of these bodies is related to a realm and a place of spiritual inhabitants that we will acquire as we continue the journey of awakening consciousness. So, we know Jacob's ladder shows the angels ascending and descending on the ladder. Now, this was a metaphor for awakening the consciousness in these higher realms and allowing you to perceive the hierarchy of the universe and know that there's actually subtle beings of higher intelligence above us that inhabit these realms, and they communicate to us through the mental plane, through our mental plane, and our emotional plane as well, through our emotional hunches or intuitive senses that we experience this on a day-to-day basis. Now we can train this and develop this and actually awaken these centers and allow ourselves to perceive consciousness on all of these higher dimensions and planes of existence. For example, we know we have the physical body here, and the consciousness or the soul uses this physical body to utilize this physical world of the 4 elements. Now, when we go to sleep, we find ourselves in the astral body. Now, this is akin to the water, the emotions. Things are more rapid and mutable there. Now, in this body, we utilize the astral body to function there primarily, and it actually has a similar form to our physical body. Our physical body is actually a physical manifestation and representation of the invisible realm and our invisible form. So everything in the physical world is crystallizing and physically manifesting that which is on manifest spirit. Now, when I say on manifest spirit, I mean it's not physical, because in the spirit realms, as well as the astral realm, we know that we can perceive souls, beings, people, places, and things, and these objects are made of spirit, and they're seen with the eyes of spirit. A prime example of this is if you close your eyes, you can see and imagine. This is using some of those faculties in those higher realms to see that which is within. And then also you can hear. If I tell you to imagine hearing the sound of a bell, and you imagine that, you can hear the sound of the bell. You can also smell, taste, touch, but the senses are more subtle. Now, these senses must be supercharged and electrified by going into deep trance-like meditations where you take the electrical outputs of the energy that are going into this manifest world and we turn them within, and we charge these centers so that we have more vivid perception of these more subtle dynamic realities. One way to do that is to lie down, sit completely still, and accomplish the training of the willpower to keep the body still for 30 minutes, 10 times. Once you master that, then you'll master the art of putting the body to a deep sense of relaxation for 30 minutes, 10 times, from your head to your toes. A deep sense of relaxation that can be recalled upon at any time. Once fully accomplished, then the third practice would be to add in the rhythmic breathing. So now you have all three: stillness, relaxation, rhythmic breathing. This will supercharge and electrify the nervous system, become an amplifier or radio perceiver for those higher realms of dimensions so that you can receive information. The whole point of meditation is to go into these subtle realms and experience information, and to extract this information, and also to utilize these deeper states of consciousness to extract information from the books and the holy texts of the ancient ones. So the Bible or the Srimad Bhagavatam or the Bhagavad Gita or the Quran or the Upanishads or the Torah become more vivid and bright. When you have more light within and your eye is simple and full of light, then you'll be able to perceive the mysteries, and the stories will come alive and be able to encapsulate your consciousness on a way they never did before. The activation of these 7 bodies within, the mental body, the astral body, and the causal body, most people only experience this after death. They live their whole lives on earth asleep, and once they die in the astral realms and the 7 dimensions before the celestial realms, they have time and and ways to progress and utilize the functions of those bodies, because there's actually Kundalini systems similar to ours here. Watch the video on the sacred secretion in my channel, because I describe that in this body we utilize the spinal column and our central nervous system to ascend in consciousness. Our spinal column is actually a direct meter, a representation of where our consciousness lies. Some people are trapped in their groin, some people are trapped in their plexus, some people are trapped in the lower centers of their consciousness and end up behaving like intellectual animals. So as we can utilize this function here and now in this physical body to rise up out of that consciousness and actually activate our spirit realm, mind center, which will incarnate the being, which will join the physical soul with the spiritual soul, just like in the similar to the mysteries of the physical Jesus and then the Christ, and how they united at age 30. He united with the higher spirit, setting an example for something that we can all follow ourselves. And that is once we perceive the mysteries of Golgotha, or the crucifixion. Now, in order to rise this energy, or rise the serpents on the staff like Moses did in the wilderness, the Son of Man must be lifted up as well. We have to rise our consciousness from the lower aspects of our inner earth, just like how the soul descends from the subtle realm into the physical realm. So we also have to take our consciousness that descends our nervous system down to the lower chakras and allow it to rise and simmer up into the brain. And we practice this through having high ideals, selfless service to the Creator, eating properly, abstaining from behaviors that inflame the animal impulses in a way that they become uncontrolled and the energy is diverted down and outward. So we have to start actually utilizing our sexual energy. We have to start utilizing our will to get attention or to be better than other people, or a will to be trying to be greedy. And we need to turn these around, turn them within, and start purifying these seven vices, is what the ancients would call the transmutation of the seven vices into the seven virtues. Is the same as turning lead into gold, and is the same work that the inner sun does as it evaporates our inner animal soul up into the higher realms. Once it's vaporized, it becomes cloud-like and becomes electricity. That electricity is the aspect of the Creator that is the end of the work, because just like our physical world is an ecosystem, our physical body serves as an internal ecosystem, a microcosmic ecosystem. And if we don't play the part within ourselves as the sun, and allow our vineyard to grow, allow the holy wine, allow a transformation of the blood, and turn our water into wine, just like the sun transmutes water into grapes and man turns grapes into wine, we also need this alchemical change to take place within. When the sun within ourselves, the Christ within ourselves, evaporates the animal vapors up into the nervous system and purifies it, then finally we'll be able to become the perfect Adam and Eve once again. So you have the fallen Adam and Eve and the risen Adam and Eve. And that's representation of man and woman in their fallen state or their heightened state. And once we're in the heightened state, then we live in a garden of bliss, because we're no longer attracted by the senses or the animal impulses. We're fully in control of our staff. We're now the shepherd of our flock. And with this, the energy rises automatically up into the brain every day. Whereas when you're first starting out, all the energy is uncontrollable and hard to control. Once you're finally at the point where you're practicing a life of purity, following Christ, following the Lord within, and activating your inner consciousnness, then finally you won't have any lust. Your lust and desire will be transmuted into an internal power, reservoir of power that you'll be using as a work of good in the world, rather than depletion or negation. And then soon after that, you'll find that your appetite is less ferocious. Get control over your appetite. Understand that the body has periods of time where it needs food and needs not food. And you have to learn these balances, just like the sun and the moon, active and passive. There's times where we're active and our digestive systems are active. It's time where they're passive. So we have to just know how to not overfill the tank and how to put the correct supplies within that tank. And then, of course, we feed our intellectual soul and our mind with spiritual truths, with wisdom of the ancients, and we take advice and understanding and learn from other seers and other wisdom seers and our peers and our elders. And we take that information, we use it as nourishment for the mental body. See, most people nowadays, they actually are not nourishing their mental body. So one way to activate the mental body is to actually nourish their mental body, seminize the mental body through transmutation of the lower animal passions, such as the sexual nature, and practice the art of transmutation. And then on another level, to achieve the astral body, you'll listen to beautifully divine inspired music. You'll resonate your heart center with mantras such as "Oh" or "Ah," and this stimulates the heart chakra to allow you to inflame that part of your soul, which is the astral influx, the astral. The physical body is the physical representation of the Temple of Solomon and is the foundation or the stone that the builder refused, because how many of us neglect our physical body, our physical habits or appetites in the name of religion? We may take on a spiritual conquest, however, if we don't take heed to physical purification as well, that it will only falter on the path. So the path is narrow and straight, and wide be the gate many go through. But the path that the path and the wisdom the ancients laid out for us has always been a straight and narrow path of selfless service to the Creator, submission to the higher consciousness of love and wisdom, to respect all human beings, through love and wisdom. The divine Creator of this world would scoff at us for how we treat other people who have different religious perspectives, and some of the beliefs are so minor that it's just crazy to think that we're not getting along. So the elite wanted to create these separate religious pools and allow the truth to be shrouded in mystery, so that we don't find the truth of our soul within ourselves. So it's very important to understand that we have the power through knowledge. As Jesus says, they perish because of lack of knowledge. Knowledge is not evil. Knowledge helps us gain wisdom and understanding, which then gets us straight to the Creator. True religion that was practiced here on this planet in the age of enlightenment, and it was known as the Prisca Theologia. And the Prisca Theologia is the supreme science that has basically been passed down through all the various traditions and was separated into individual organized religions, and the priestcraft utilized the ancient knowledge to control man and woman, because man and woman by their inherent nature are religious beings and always have the inner sense of the consciousness, the higher consciousness calling them to these the higher calling of the spirit. And with that higher calling of the spirit, man and woman always seek the inner mysteries of their true self and their Creator. So the priestcraft knew this, and they used that to make organized control units and separate people, whereas once everyone worshipped the same God, everyone worshipped and understood the same cosmology. And it wasn't until recently that they had made it so it was separated, so that there would be all of these various arguments. Like, it's interesting how Vaishnavas or some Eastern traditions see Jesus as the Son of God, no problem. Some as a prophet, some as a message bearer, just like in the Indian text. Some would think that Krishna is just a regular person. Some would say he's a prophet. Some would even say he's God himself. That's the mystery of the higher consciousness, the one that transcends the 5 elements: earth, water, air, ether, fire. So man and woman has always been seeking this inherent principle
within all matter. It permeates all matter and allows everything to live. It's the Christ principle, the life-giving principle. Alvin Boy Kuhn says that a higher consciousness or a higher entity sacrifices its spiritual blood in order for a lower organism to live. That's poetry. In a sense, our higher spiritual nature had to die in order for it to come down into the physical existence and to lend a helping hand through humans. Human beings have always been the hands that move into action and crystallize and put into form the things of the spirit. Right now in the winter, the sun is in the tomb of winter, and it's said to be physically, the light is diminished in the northern hemispheres. Now, our inner light is actually flourishing, and the light that dissipates on the outer actually rekindles our inner self so that we can actually reach higher states of consciousness in this time more than any other time, because that's the sun is in the tomb. Hence, it's going to experience the resurrection, the rebirth, when the sun and the days start to get longer and the winter is dissipated. Hence, light overcoming darkness. Now, this motif is found in many of the ancient mythologies and themes, and is a direct reflection of our direct spiritual evolution here on this planet, this plane that we ascend from and take on higher vehicles and higher bodies of manifestation when our soul calls for it.
Welcome to the Mysteries. Today we're going to be giving a presentation on the mysteries of Joseph and the Coat of Many Colors in hopes of diving into the esoteric mysteries that are hidden within the scriptures. As we know, the ancient lore or the ancient systems or traditions veiled the truth of the higher realms and the higher nature of man and put them into stories. These stories have been passed down orally and then finally inscribed, and finally now in the age of Aquarius to be scribed on our hearts, so that we are living divine mediums of that one and only truth. So today we're going to be reading from some Alvin Boy Kuhn. We're going to be going over a quick presentation on Joseph and the Coat of Many Colors and see if we can extract the spiritual meaning from that. So go ahead and share my screen. As we could see here, we have the mysteries of Joseph, esoteric science. Now, in the story of Joseph and the Coat of Many Colors, it's very interesting. So Jacob, we know Jacob means the heel catcher. We know that the signs of the zodiac on the celestial vault starts at Aries at the head and ends at Pisces, the feet. Here in the diagram, you see Aries being the head, Pisces being the feet. So we have Jacob, the heel catcher. Now, Jacob ends up being the father of Joseph. So in this story, Joseph is the innermost soul, the spark. And we have Jacob being more the inner father archetype. So once that inner or spiritual archetype sends forth the spirit to descend on its cycle of incarnation to become individualized, as we see, the soul acquires the bodies of the planets on its way down. It also veils the 7 planets and is veiled with the 7 conditions: Mars, Venus, Moon, Jupiter, Saturn. Also those 7 chakras, those 7 tonalities, each one with different information, each one a conduit for a different cosmic intelligent force, a different aspect or ray of deity. Now, as Joseph in the story, Jacob, his son, he has 3 brothers, and then Joseph. So he has the 4 sons, Joseph and his 3 brothers. Now, the 3 brothers are kind of jealous of Joseph because Joseph is always kind of witty and childlike humor, and they kind of are more serious, and they're related to the 3 aspects of the body: the physical, astral, and mental body, but disordered. And then you have Joseph, who is given the coat of many colors because he's favored by Jacob. So figuratively, we see Jacob being the father archetype, incarnating the soul, and the soul acquires the bodies of the planets and the tonalities on its way down into the physical realm. So this is the allegory of Joseph acquiring the coat of many colors. Now, here's a quote from the Bible. Now Israel loved Joseph more than all his children because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him and could not speak peaceably unto him. But because, of course, the higher mind, Jacob, the son, is giving its attention to the innermost soul, the spark, the seed, Joseph within ourself, which is the initiate on the journey. It's the soul acquiring these fundamental forces, capabilities, and also detriments as it comes down from the spirit world and goes down the 7 spheres, the 7 portal spheres, and ends up coming down into the toroidal field of this realm here. So as you can see, the brothers actually get jealous and put Joseph in a pit because they're at enmity with the spirit. The physical body, the mental body, and the astral body are agitated when the soul first comes into matter and rebels against the spirit. So you have Joseph as the son of Jacob and one of the 12 brothers. He's given a coat of many colors by his father, which is symbolic of his favor and an object of his brother's jealousy. The brothers decide to sell Joseph into slavery after initially plotting to have him killed. So why are they selling him into slavery? Because the son here, on an astrological, anagogical level, and the son essentially gets sold into slavery here and right here when the seasons turn from fall into winter. So you have the scales of Libra, it's judged and weighed and down into slavery or Egypt. So this is the kingdom of heaven is the spring and summer months. That's kingdom of heaven, or the land flowing of milk and honey, or the promised land. And then you have Egypt, or the Pharaoh's domain. And in ancient alchemical lore, we know that Egypt always meant anything below the heart chakra. So the animal chakras or the animal nature, whatever you want to call it, whether Eastern tradition, Western tradition, doesn't differ. So the soul descends into this physical, incarnational, fleshly matter, aka brothers get jealous and put Joseph in a pit. This is the same as when Moses is captured and is enslaved, and it's the same story as John is beheaded. He's put in prison and he's beheaded. John the Baptist loses his head, of course, because the sun loses its head. Samson loses his hair. Joseph loses freedom. He's put in a pit, right? So he's the sun going down into winter months, which also the soul incarnating into the physical matter, coming entangled. 3 brothers, the 3 bodies are in enmity. And then since Joseph is the holy spark or the divine seed, that soul overcomes the physical realm, achieves mastery over it. So Joseph is sold into slavery. The soul is enslaved philosophically in matter. The physical world is Egypt, same as Moses going to Egypt to free the Israelites. Joseph is sold to slavery, Egypt, which is the physical realm. And Joseph is the developing soul or the spark in man. Jacob is the monad in a sense. And it's when the soul is sent on its journey into matter and it acquires the coat of many colors to the various planetary archetypes in the development of these tones within. So the brothers betray are the 3 vehicles of the body and the astral before being purified by the divine. Joseph and Jacob being the divine. Once sold into slavery, Joseph ends up outsmarting and becoming the lord of the place he was sold. This symbolizing the soul's ability to conquer matter and overcome the material realm. So even though he was sold into slavery, he ends up overcoming anyway. Just like Moses, he ended up overcoming too, and he became leader of the camp. We all have to become leader of the camp. The camp is the physical realm. We all have to become leaders of the camp by allowing our soul, our inner higher mind, our inner purified consciousness to help evaporate all the lusty desires and purify them. Purify these 3 vehicles: the physical body, the mind, the astral. So these are the 3 brothers that then come begging for alms. After selling him to slavery, they don't even know that he's the lord of the camp now. They're coming to beg from alms to him, and he still forgives them, gives them what they need, and he even warns them of a spiritual drought or a drought. I say spiritual, but in the Bible it's said to be, it's written as if it's literal history. But of course, this is all spiritual transcendental science. So the sun is thrown into the pit of winter. The soul is thrown into the pit of material existence, only to acquire the knowledge and the wisdom, and in order to experience these polarities, in order to develop. And once it develops, it ascends. So it's a solar initiate journey. The story of Joseph mimics the sun, as well as our own internal spiritual processes that happen in cycles. It also carries similar themes to other books of the Bible. Now, I'm going to be reading a bit from Alvin Boyd Kuhn, The Lost Light. Now, Alvin Boyd Kuhn, he was a very, very, very interesting person. And I think you'll realize that just from me reading this prologue here. Again, this is the book, The Lost Light. And you can get the free PDF on Google. So let's have a look here. Coming forth in a day when theology has long been discredited, even in its own ecclesiastical household, and religion itself is threatened with obliteration by rampant forces hostile to it. This book aims to rehabilitate theology and to stabilize true religion. It must be said that at the very outset, and with blunt instance, that it is for religion and not in any way against it. It is written to establish religion again as the cornerstone of human culture, when civilization is largely turned away from it to seek elsewhere the guiding light. This is designed to redeem divine theology from her outcast condition and place her again beside philosophy and science on the throne in the kingdom of man's mind. So he goes on to say here, and the next link is seen when it is considered that this physical body is for the soul the house of death, and in its regenerative phase, the house of rebirth. It is the house into which the spirit descends to its partial obscuration in the darkness of the grave of matter, into the night of death or incarnation. So this is when Joseph, right, he acquires the coat of many colors, but then the brothers come and they put him in the pit. So that symbolizes the soul kind of entering the pit or house of death, which is the physical body, which, if you ask me, I mean, it could be a lot worse, right? It said that since the soul comes from immortal realms of bliss, love, and light, this realm being the most dense, it's not surprising to see that we're still up and alive because we're so full of life that we can never experience a full death in the sense of reality, and in the sense this is death, the physical realm. So tragedy dies in laughter. Little could the ancient mythologists and sages have foreseen that the fabulous narrations which their genius devised to cloak high truth would end up plaguing the mind of the Western world, with 16 centuries of unconscionable stultification. They could not possibly imagine that their allegorical constructions to dramatize spiritual truth would so miscarry from their hidden intent as to cast the mental life of the half the world for ages under the cloud of the most grotesque superstition known to history. So essentially what he's saying is that when we lose the light of the scriptures and we take them literally, then we're not able to extract the full spiritual meaning. Now, of course, there's all the Bible stories were made into even kids' cartoons because you can extract a moral lesson. There's the moral, the literary, the astrological, the astral, theological, the biochemical, and the anagogical. So God works in such a mysterious ways that he's sealed this book with 7 seals. And I hope this video has helped you comprehend how to extract and kind of read esoteric science on a more intrinsic level. Thank you.
The mystery of Noah's Ark contains the fact that the Ark is the subtle realm that the soul goes into itself after death into the Ark. Every time a physical organism dies, the consciousness is extracted back into the Ark. Now, depending on which animal nature forces were purified at the time of incarnation, depends on which animals are going in clean versus the unclean animals, which is a symbol of duality, a symbol of coming into the physical realm and taking back with you those are the things that are necessary and leaving the things that were purged. Now, the waters that God released from the heaven to purify the physical realm is an allegory explaining the destructive forces of Shiva, which are more highly and intricately explained in the Eastern text as Shiva, the destroying aspect of God. Generation, operation, dissolution is an aspect of God uses as a secondary creator force to manifest, preserve, as well as annihilate this physical realm. Now, this is not bad. This gives souls the opportunity to leave this physical body, created forms, and to create higher forms. In the Upanishads, it said that once the Brahman or soul leaves the physical entity, depending on the merits of its life, will create a finer form. Now, that finer, more subtle form doesn't always have to be reincarnation in this physical realm. Sometimes that higher, more subtle form is a more protoplasmic, subtle body for the soul to exist in the more subtle realms after death as a purified soul, hence returning to the ark. The ark is your personal point of consciousness within yourself. You go into this ark every time you go to sleep and enter the dreamless state. The ark is what carries you safely through the waters of physical life into the spiritual, and spiritual into the lower physical astrals. Because according to Swedenborg and certain Hermetic texts such as C.C. Zane, as well as proven by the Illuminated Brahmanism book, that this physical life, depending on what you do here, depends on your citizenship in the next realm and what rung of the ladder that is. Now, you can still progress in those subtle realms. However, this realm is very important because this is the matter or mother, and the matter or mother is what is actually incubating your soul right now so that you have a conscious experience. I want you to think back to your first memory. The first memory you had as maybe 3 or 4 years old was your first sense of I am consciousness. Now remember, Noah had 3 sons, Sam, Japhet, Shem, and Japhet. And these 3 sons are equal to the 3 bodies. The soul always manifests from its one monad, and it goes in spiritual, physical, and astral. The 3 bodies, and everything is in 3. We have the physical nature, the spiritual nature, and the mental nature. Mind, spirit, body. So these are the 3 sons of Noah. Noah coming from the word gnosis or Noah, an enlightened mind. So the biblical character again takes the form of the idea or ideal that the story is trying to the story is trying to distill this information and give it to people in a subtle form, because a lot of these truths are inexplainable, can only be explained through figurative stories. So of course Noah's Ark is a symbol of the consciousness withdrawing into itself after death and then creating a new form, because the soul, every realm that you manifest in, you have to have a physical form to some type of physical form to actually manifest. And that physical form doesn't always have to be physical, of course, but in the subtle protoplasmic dimensions, the astral, the mental, it all appears as such. Astral body touching astral tree equals you'll feel the tree as it's solid, even in a higher realm. So, thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Syncretism Society Virtual Academy. Today we're going to be talking about the mysteries of Moses and the esoteric astrological meaning behind him. As we can see, Moses represents Mars, because this, in the age of Mars, the age of Aries, is what Moses represents in the microcosm. In the same way, Jesus represents Jupiter because Jupiter rules Pisces. Now they're both the sun, but they take on the characteristics or the cloak or the clothes of the corresponding planet that they inhibit during the cycle. For example, Moses is the sun with the attributes of Mars and Aries. So we're going to be talking about Moses and what he represents alchemically within ourselves. I like to draw some correspondences. Notice Moses meaning drawn from water, and Jesus or Nun mean fish. So fish and they're both in drawn from water or put into water. Moses is put into the canal, the water canal, which represents the spinal column. He is put inside clothes that protect him from the water, in the same way Jesus is wrapped in the clothing to protect him when he's born in the manger. So they're born in different places, but they have similar stories. In the same way, Moses learns how to turn the water of Egypt into blood, and it's a miracle. And the same way Jesus turns water into wine. So these are alchemical truths within ourselves. So what I like to do, let's see here. If I share my screen, it'll let me do it. So I'm just going to briefly use this as some notes because I put a lot of information together on Moses. And we're going to be reading from the book George W. Carey, The Tree of Life, as well as God, Man, Word Made Flesh, as well as some of my writing. So as we know, Moses means drawn from water. So our inner Moses is drawn from the waters of the cerebral spinal system. And in the above, it's Moses is drawn from the waters of the celestial waters, the realm, and put into safety here in the womb, where it grows and conquers over the trials of life. So it's both physical and celestial happenings. That Moses, or inner Christ spirit, is the symbolic nature of the willpower of the spirit nature, and it's born within us. So Moses is drawn from the waters of the cerebral spinal fluid, in the same way he's drawn from the waters when his foster mom picks him up from the waters. His mom left him in waters because the king said to kill all the firstborns. Just in the same way in the Jesus story, King Herod said to kill the firstborns, because the animal nature and the animal passions rush in to eliminate the seed as soon as it's born. The seed is put into the waters of the spinal canal and go down to Egypt, which is the genital region. So Moses represents the sun in Aries. Mars rules Aries, so Moses takes on that personality of the planet Mars, but he is the sun in the age of Aries. Inside of us, metaphysically, Moses is our inner being that helps liberate our soul from bondage of desire. The Pharaoh represents the inner materialistic desires and attractions to material lust and sensations. So essentially, when we're talking about King Herod or the Egyptian Pharaoh, it's talking about the ego that dominates our persona, the animal nature, all of the desires of the flesh. This is considered Egypt, which is below the kidneys, below the skull, or below the law. Anything above the law is above Libra, which rules the kidneys. So the Pharaoh represents our inner materialistic desires and attractions to material lusts and sensations. Moses is placed in a cradle from the top of the brain and down the river into Egypt. Egypt represents the lower part of man's nature below the scales of Libra, which rule the kidneys. This is the three chakras. So these rule the three lower chakras that are pride, instinctual reactions, and only want to gain. It has no real desire to help others. It's our selfish nature. Moses represents the power within us, our innermost, that liberates us from these desires when we retain chastity and alchemical transmutation of the lower energies. So the three chakras that are instinctual and drive security, procreation, and eating and surviving. When we're trapped in the lower chakras, we are the slaves of Egypt. So Moses is the liberator of the slaves of Egypt. Moses, he's born, he's an Israelite, but because the king is directing the Israelite slaves to kill the firstborn, his mom puts him in the Nile River, goes down to Egypt, and is born, taken by a foster mom, which is the queen of Egypt, and he is grows up in the Pharaoh lineage, learning all the mysteries of the occult knowledge, esoteric mysteries. And then he later on is met by God to tell him that he is able to liberate the Israelites from the bondage of Egypt, because the seed or the chrism is the entity that travels throughout the body, goes down to Egypt and back into the higher brain, and liberates the trapped archetypes that fall into Malkuth. Because we know that that Kether, the top of the head, produces the archetypes, and they come down to the bottom of the spine and are either trapped or enslaved to the animal passions. So when we're trapped in the lower chakras, we're the slaves of Egypt under the rule of the Pharaoh or the desires of the flesh. We liberate energy when we gain conscious control over the lower impulses and start living in alignment with the laws of the inner being. The inner being is the I am. He climbs Mount Sinai and is spoken to by the I am, or the burning bush. When we raise our energy up to the brain through the righteous living, the light appears as a burning bush. Now our brain resembles a bush. From the side, it looks like a tree. And when the fire of Mars from the sexual groin of Egypt gets liberated, we start getting our intuition activated, and the burning bush speaks to us and tells us right from wrong and what we need to do to utilize the willpower of Moses and Mars to conquer our lower nature. So we liberate energy, we gain conscious control over the lower impulses and start living in alignment with the laws of the inner being. Inner being is the I am. He climbs Mount Sinai and is spoken to by the I am, or the burning bush. When we rise our energy up to the brain through righteous living, the light appears as a burning bush. The burning bush is the brain illuminated. The higher mind is Moses, who is willpower, who receives the divine commandments from the inner being after liberation from Egypt. So we liberate our archetypes and we go up to Mount Sinai, where we're taught see God face to face. Same story of Jacob's ladder. Goes to the top of the head and sees Perennial. This is the promised land flowing with milk and honey, the place where the Exodus takes place. Exodus takes place from the lower chakras to the highest chakra. We're liberated. The 10 Commandments are related to the laws of our inner being and our initiations. The 10 Commandments are inside of the chest or the heart. They're written in us, and when we become illuminated, we become aware of this. We're going to take a look at what George W. Carey in the book, The Tree of Life, Physical Regeneracy. So, the word Jesus is from Ichthus, Greek for fish. The word Christ means a substance of oil, consistency, and ointment or smear. Varnish or paints are used to preserve or save wood or paper or cloth. Hence, they become saviors. Notice the beautiful analogy there of the salve of wood saves the wood, the oil or ointment that saves us. It crystallizes our individuality so we can maintain it permanently. At the age of about 12, Jesus was found in the temple arguing with the doctors or teachers. The word doctor is from Latin docere, to teach. Now read carefully. Every month in the life of every man or woman, when the moon is in the sun, that was in the birth of the individual, there's a psychophysical seed or son of man born near the solar plexus or the pneumogastric plexus, which in ancient texts was called the house of bread. Bethlehem is from Beth, a house, and Helm, bread. Cast thy bread upon the waters, and it shall return to thee after many days. Waters are the blood and nerve fluids of the body, which carry the fish on its divine journey to regenerate, save, and redeem man. Nazareth means to cook. Nazarene means cooked. Cooked means to prepare. Now, this is very important. Cook means to prepare. Any materialized thing is bread. Nazareth, mass, meso, or dough. Thus, the Catholic Mass, also Mason. It will now be made plain why Mason and Catholics are not in agreement, for our letter N is an abbreviation of the 14th letter of the Hebrew alphabet, Nun, which is a fish. By adding N to meso, which is bread, the riddle of cooked or prepared fish was made so plain that the priesthood strenuously objected and thus developed friction between the Church and Masonry. So the mysteries of cooked fish. Our fish is our sexual fluids, and when we retain them, we heat up the internal alchemical laboratory, which cooks and prepares the fish. to rise up to the spine and to regenerate the human body. That's why the disciples were fishermen. The early Christians used fish as their secret symbol. God prepared a fish to swallow Jonah. Jonah means dove. Dove means peace, the germ descending from the gray matter of the brain. The storm means sex desire. The life seed was thus saved. He that is born of God cannot sin or fall short of knowledge, for his seed remaineth in him. So we must keep the fish within us and not let it out the fish gate. The Pharaoh represents sex desire, always tries to destroy the firstborn. When Jesus was born in Bethlehem, he went at age 12 up to the pneumogastric nerve, which crosses the medulla oblongata at its junction with the spinal cord at the head of the river of Jordan, the marrow or nerve fluid of the spinal cord. This temple, where the moral seed argued with the purity animal cells. So when Jesus is in the temple arguing and explaining the truth, it's actually going on in our brain when the Christic atoms are fighting the animal impulses and arguing in the temple. It actually argues with the animal cells to change their rate of vibration to moral and spiritual concept. This is very deep. This is the astrochemical version. Remember, the Bible's laid with 7 versions: anagogical, historical, literal, alchemical, and literary. So Jesus drove those who bought and sold, even you and I, with the whip of thongs out of the temple. We must all give up the animal life or suffer the same fate. Before we explain the baptism in Jordan and the christening and the crucifixion, let us briefly explain Moses, Joshua, Nile, Pharaoh, and the children of Israel. Egypt means the dark lower part of the body. The part of the body below the solar plexus is Egypt, or the kingdom of earth. So we know Malkuth on the tree of life is the bottom of the spine. Egypt means darker lower part of the body. All above the center constitute the kingdom of heaven. The kingdom of heaven is within you. The manger of Bethlehem is the center of balance, which is the solar plexus. So the manger is in the solar plexus, and anything above the solar plexus is heaven, and everything below is hell or earth or the tomb. So Nile, Moses, and Pharaoh's daughter all refer to generation. See the overflow of the Nile. It rises in the mountains of the moon. Moses means drawn from the water. Fish are drawn from water. There are 2 fishes in our sea. See the sign of Pisces, 2 fish. Joshua, the son of Nun. Nun is Hebrew for fish. Moses was physical or generative fish. Moses' laws were on the physical plane. Joshua's laws were spiritual. Joshua means God of salvation, and salvation comes from saliva or salvation. So each seed is named differently. The first seed is Moses. Second seed is Joshua. Then we have our third most powerful seed, which is Jesus. Each one magnifying multiple times of purity, love, compassion, and physical biochemical regeneration of the body. That's why Jesus says, "He whose seed remaineth in him sinneth not." So we could see saliva is smear ointment, and so Joshua compares with Christ as Moses compares with Jesus. Moses died on Mount Nebo. Nebo means understanding. Joshua took the place left vacant by the death of Moses. Jesus was baptized of John in Jordan, the fluids or the Christ substance of the spinal cord, and became my beloved Son, in whom I am well and pleased. There is no J in the Greek or Hebrew alphabets, therefore the word John is ion, meaning soul or fluids of the body. In the same way, Christos means fluid, same as John or yon. So when the body dies, the fluids die, thus man loses his soul when he loses his body. To prevent the loss of the soul and flesh is the mission of the Son or seed of God, or the Son of Man. There are 2 very small nerves that extend from the solar plexus. So essentially what it's talking about is we have to use our inner willpower of Moses to liberate us from our lower animal nature of Pharaoh, rise it up to the brain, and crystallize the waters so they don't disperse at the time of death. Moses, the inner Moses, our spiritual willpower, is the only thing that can free the Israelites from bondage. An Israelite is one inwardly who has decided to transmute the lower nature into purity and righteousness. Our inner Israelites are the energy that is bound to the lower chakras by the pharaohs of Egypt. The pharaohs represent our lower ego, which causes psychological disturbances that make us reactive or impulsive. While we are in bondage, we have feelings of lust, fear, shame, pride. We hunger for material goods. We hunger for approval. We want sense pleasure, and we slave away in Egypt every day, fulfilling the wants of a bottomless pit or an unsatisfied pharaoh, which is our inner desires. True fulfillment comes from the spirit and living in alignment. Sensual instant gratification without moderation or reason can only be fleeting, and the thirst cannot be quenched. Moses, our inner spiritual power, can help us rise from these lower centers as we make our journey to the promised land. This represents our Christic energy as it is able to rise from the lower chakras and reach the land flowing with milk and honey, DMT, tryptamine, the ability to talk and prophesize and speak with God only after we overcome our lower animal nature instincts that were made for us to overcome, were made for us to learn from. Moses represents willpower. If we have weak will, then we're always going to be dominated by our sensual passions and gratifications. We'll never take the time to actually stop the snake and allow the energy to rise. How do we do this? Well, we have to wander through our personal wilderness. Moses takes the Israelites into the wilderness for 40 years. We have the same 40 days that Jesus went into the wilderness tempted by the devil. This 40 years represents the alchemical nature, the initiations of the journey, the overcoming of the animal nature. And remember, Moses represents Mars' willpower, or transcending from the earth to the water level of consciousness. When he crosses the Red Sea, we cross from the left hemisphere to the right hemisphere and open up that gate within us that we're talking about with the eternal smile, the Mona Lisa smile, which opens that gate for the energy to flow. Then the pharaoh and all the animal passions are disintegrated. So we have to wander through our personal wilderness through fasting, prayer, meditation, worshiping God, bhakti yoga, karma yoga, jnana yoga. We can go into those at a later time. It's knowledge through, you can either like love God through bhakti, you can have self-inquiry, jnana yoga, or karma yoga, doing physical acts of charity. So we have to become aware of, not overeating, refraining from drugs and stimulants, alcohol, which ruins the seed. We have to find our inner peace. Solomon means peace. So finding our inner Solomon, finding peace within rather than without, reserving the sexual energy for a person we love the most and to transmute it through the mysteries of Tantra. This is why Moses has the staff. His first miracle is to show the Pharaoh that his staff, he could turn it into a snake. The snake represents the Kundalini. It is said that we must raise our serpent on our staff like Moses did in the wilderness, because it's talking about the rising of this energy. This allows us to move from earth consciousness, which is reactive, robotic, to the level of water, which is silence and peace. The parting of the Red Sea of the lower uncontrolled emotions allows us to enter the right hemisphere of the brain. Moses' staff has the serpents entwined, showing a masterful control of the energy in our bodies. So when we activate our inner Moses or willpower, we will also be able to entwine the serpents on the staff. We need willpower. Moses is willpower. The ram, Aries, the cerebrum, or the higher mind, which is anatomy, is shaped like a lamb with fleece and wool, hence the golden fleece. Moses in the age of Mars, a ram, telling us to stop worshiping the bull Taurus, because we're moving from the age of Taurus to Aries in an astrological level, but on a lower level, it's because Moses wants us to stop and overcome our materialistic lusts and desires for sense gratification, and what's the negative qualities of Taurus. Material imbalance without spirit is what we're trying to overcome. So as we cooperate with the inner Moses, we become free from the bondage of the lower nature. The inner oil then ascends, being led by Moses into the brain. The right hemisphere is accessed, and we experience spiritual communion, peace, increase of clarity, and willpower, and love, as well as unity, reside here. It is the land flowing of milk and honey. Our glands produce DMT and serotonin. The brain is made of lactose and sucrose, aka milk and honey. The inner chemistry is now balanced and refined, that we can be happy and healthy and physically and spiritually strong. As we can see, we are incorporated biochemistry, astrology, psychology, as well as mythology. And if you want to take it historically, it is also, you could see it as Kabbalistically manifesting as above, so below. It's because they are all one in nature. Just like the dolls, the Russian dolls can fit smaller sizes into the larger sizes. The book of life is within us. The book of life is in the spinal column, and our book is the rib cage. We open up the book and understand the laws of God written in our chest. It's very allegorical. But like they said, allegory and transcendental analogical truths are more truth in fact and history because it's happening within us here and now. So it is of utmost importance to understand that it only works with the objective truth of nature as we align our values and integrities to that which is. George W. Carey in God, Man, Word Made Flesh talks about the lake of hellfire and brimstone. The lower portion of the torso, bowels, is called hell, a grave or lake. Many times in the scriptures, sulfur is a product of brimstone. There more or less sulfur in all foodstuffs. Overeating results in an oversupply of sulfur. Overeating causes acidity. A portion of the food failing to digest ferments and acid results. The acid uniting with sulfur causes heat, fire, fever, hence hell, fire, and brimstone are chemical statements. The vital force or fluids of the body is the soul that is injured, devitalized, destroyed in the poisons of the intestinal tract called Egypt. Thus can a man lose his soul in hellfire and brimstone here and now. But as by man came death into the world, so by man came also the resurrection of the dead. Let the wicked man forsake his ways and return unto the Lord, who will abundantly pardon and thus save his soul. All whose bodily die lose their soul. For says Job, as the soul of a beast goeth downward at death, so doeth the soul of man. Certainly for the wages of sin, ignorance is death. But the soul is not the spiritual ego, and man is body, soul, and spirit. When the spirit in man receives the wisdom of the Almighty and understands it, is able to lift up and transmute the soul fluids and disintegrate both fluids and flesh, as the ascension of the seed, Jesus or Moses, are made to show in the fables and parables. All that I do, ye may do. So this is a treatise on physical regeneration using Moses as the allegorical character. I hope that you guys enjoyed this, and we will be going into deeper lessons in the next coming lessons. Thank you so much. Bye.
Welcome. Today we're going to discuss some syncretism via the whiteboard, and just want to go through some of the basics of the true cosmology that is the foundation of all religions. And of course, some of the basic foundations and more in-depth aspects have already been covered by Sandoz Bonacci, Bill Donahue, Jordan Maxwell, and many other greats, George Carey, Alvin Boy Kuhn, Thomas H. Burgoyne, and we just wanted to dive in really quick and take a quick look and glance at some of the deeper meanings we can contrive through some of just the basics. So, of course, we have the sine wave, and the sine wave represents the sun's path on the ecliptic and each energy that it gives off in its approximate area. So every time the sun and the planet is getting its energies from Aries, we have spring starting in March, then Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, and that is considered the spirit world or the realm of immortality because it's the spring and summer months and the most elevated states of consciousness, which is a symbol of the spirit realm, which is above ether, which is above fire, which is above air, the mediator, and water, the soul aspect, forming the earth. So spirit goes through various phases,
of becoming dense and condensing and then becoming subtle again. So our main starting point, yes, Aries is the child of the zodiac and represents the start. But remember, we don't start in the physical realm. Our first aspect starts beyond the physical and the spirit. So we're actually born in spirit, go through these aspects as we descend into the underworld or the mortal world. Now, the underworld is actually the physical realm. The physical realm is a state of inertia for the soul, and the ether and spirit, or the fiery aspect of the soul, come into contact with the watery nature and the physical nature of the body. It creates a reaction, which creates a duel of polarities, or an inner battle between good and evil. Now, your inner spirit is supposed to conquer, utilizing the fire to evaporate the animal soul and turn it back into the transcendental soul. So once you're in the spirit world, you descend into the physical realm, the underworld, experience various, you could call it, physical life is kind of a dark night of the soul in and of itself, just because the soul is enveloped in gross matter that needs to be spiritualized. However, when you're born into the physical world, you do have to take into consideration the symbolicness of Aries, and that is marked as the transcendental spiritual beginning, or the second birth, or the spiritual birth. See, in the ancient times of the Brahmins, one was born into the physical world, or said to die, and then resurrect, meaning twice born, meaning out of the animal nature, the spiritual nature is born or regained, hence like a second birth. So we're always going through these different adjustments within the world clock, as well as our internal spiritual clock. Not only, most would indicate this as the time of physical birth, and then here is death and resurrection, but looking at it from another perspective, you can see the spirit world being the summer and spring signs, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, and then the physical realm or mortal life, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, and Pisces. So, and then physical life being resurrected in Aries, the spring of resurrection, because as the sun or the inner soul dies to the physical realm, is crucified on the cross of matter, which is the four elements, the physical at times overpowers the spirit, it seems, but the inner spirit, or the inner I am, always triumphs. And we get words from the physical world: the matter, the mother, the tomb, the womb, the room, the cube. It is the divine matrix that actually allows us to have self-consciousness. It's almost as if we had a hypersensitive awareness in the spirit world when we were mere essences, and we had to descend into the physical realm, biting of the apple of duality, to have a sense of self, as the physical matter is actually the womb for the individualized soul. Before, you were not individualized, now you're individualized. So you're in the womb, the great mother. The physical world, or earth, heart and earth are the same word, and it is the final outcome of the elements. So you take spirit as its highest form, and its other polarity or negative polarity would be matter. So spirit, ether, fire, air, water, and earth are actually all the same substance, just different rates of expression. And same with the zodiac. We have all 12 zodiac within us. We have all 12 different rates of expression, but we have enhanced aspects of ourself due to where we're born and where we take our first breath, in accordance to the celestial environment, as above, so below. And of course, the one becomes the many in the great emanations of the tree of life, the fundamental aspects of the creator being wisdom and love, the positive and negative, or masculine and feminine nature of the deity, and then trickling down lightning bolts fashion all the way down into the physical realm, where right now it's considered the fallen world because we've disobeyed the internal laws of the creator and hence live in the fallen world. And then there's the lower worlds, our goal is to bring the fallen world back up into the fourth dimension, start living fourth dimension lifestyle in Yesod, activating beauty, perception of beauty of life. God is the good and the beautiful, the truthful, the wise, and the loving. Activating Da'ath, the secret Sephiroth, which unlocks the knowledge and keys to occult science and all religious philosophy. Yod He Vav He, the breath of life, the breath that animates the physical realm, the physical entities, so that they can acquire eternal immortal vessels to take back to cause with the experience that they've had. And that Yod He Vav He principle, that unmanifest becomes manifest, Yeshua, Tippereth, and the Word was made flesh. Hence, the mythological allegorical tale of the Christ dwells in man, man's higher spiritual immortal nature within the physical realm. Jesus goes into the underworld and frees the souls trapped there, and that's exactly what happens within us allegorically as our inner soul takes on the lower entities within our subconscious and infraconscious realms, stemming from the lower aspects of the tree of life, and it's transmuted into something higher, something more great. Just like in the Upanishads, it says, after death of the physical body, the soul comes and decides to find a more finer form to dwell within. Because each layer of reality, you must have a conscious body to dwell in. The physical realm is not the only plane of expression. There's the angelic hierarchy. There's the 9 planets and God's different functions as he operates the external and internal worlds. So God appears as the physical sun in the physical world, and then through the divine teachers and the divine higher mind of the minds of men and women, and then in the higher dimension it has its own local existence where it moves and lives and has its own being, just as we do. Welcome. So the ancient path of spiritual development was always laid forth: a purification of the body, a purification of the astral, and a purification of the spiritual. So you start with the body, the physical, your organism, the 5 senses, the 4 elements: earth, water, air, and fire. You learn how to temper these elements. If you're too agitated through the fire element, you'll temper that. If you're too wavy and emotional with the emotional element, you'll learn to temper that. If you're a little bit too airy in the head, a little bit too melancholic, Saturn influence, then these are all things that your consciousness will help you understand about yourself so that you can elevate yourself to higher standards. So we begin with the purification of the body, and what that usually means is just kind of tempering the appetites. Like the Upanishad said, the body and the senses are wild horses, and these wild horses need to be tamed. And we can tame these horses with the consciousness. The consciousness is the chariot driver, Arjuna. Arjuna is the soul, and Krishna is the higher supreme spirit. So we have the soul being Arjuna, the horses being the body and the senses, and then Krishna, the charioteer, which is the God form or the God sense within all of us. It encapsulates the entire universe as well as each of its beings. And that still small voice within helps us to come into contact with our inner middle pillar, which will help us navigate this material realm and have full control of the elements. Once someone actually controls it, said that if you actually become a true alchemist and you truly purify earth, water, air, and fire within yourself, then you can control these elements without yourself. Now, does that mean that you can fire bend or water bend or actually access water? And there has been masters that have. However, in this day and age, it's more of a metaphor. When the ether was more strong on the planet and this planet was more astral, then it's very possible that the people that ascended in the physical ethereal plane, because it was semi-ethereal, definitely could manage to control water, earth, air, and fire within and without. But in this age of Kali Yuga, the age of density, just expect to control the inner waters, the inner fire, the inner air, and the inner earth. Once they're all controlled, you move on to the next part, which is the astral. It'll be purifying your dream world, purifying the subconscious mind, making the unconscious conscious, making all of your unconscious tendencies come up to the surface and eliminate them and weed out the weeds and plant flowers just like a gardener does. Our body's a garden. In fact, once the body's purified, it becomes the Garden of Eden because it matches its transcendental form in the astral form. The physical body is always trying to keep up with its perfect astral counterpart, but the problem is the disconnection happens and the physical organism actually starts to falter at way too young of an age. So once we begin the purification of the astral, which is more of emotional relationships, the water energy, the dreams, desires, these are takes years and years to purify the water element, in the astral vortex nature of reality. And once that's fully purified, if you finish that work on earth, you move on to the celestial work, which is the spiritual work that encapsulates the higher moral, ethical values of the soul and bringing them into correspondence with the astral and making the physical body an instrument to do the actions of the inner will, which that will is then matched with God, because just like Jesus says, not my will, but thy will be done. So we have to let thy will be done, which is the Supreme Spirit, Brahman, Krishna, Christ, Allah, the supreme intelligent personality of Godhead essentially needs to be in full control of our life. And if we devote all of our actions in mind, body, and soul, just like the ancient path of initiation in whether east or west, then of course we can come into contact with our inner self and experience the higher, the conversation with the higher guardian angel, or even potentially see God face to face, just like Jacob climbed the ladder and saw God face to face and called the place Perennial. Because back then they knew that the physical body was the Holy Land, and the Bible, in a sense, is an anatomical book, and also a biological book that shows the journey of the soul in Malkuth, which is the physical body. The pathways are in the physical body. If you overlay the tree of life on the physical body, you'll see that the pathways are reflected in the physical body. And once we activate these inner forces and we purify earth and our bodies, our soul, and activate our spirit, then we'll be able to actually activate the 7 forces, or the 7 inner planets. We'll activate the inner planets: Mercury, supreme intelligence; Jupiter, supreme benevolence; Saturn, supreme wisdom; the sun, supreme emerging to the true I am identity; the resurrection of the solar body. Of course, after the 7 are activated, then we move on to the next phase of the celestial work, which is activating the 12 apostles, which is the 12 cranial nerves inside of the brain. Once the 12 apostles are activated, then all 12 zodiac, which we are all 12, we just have significant portions or reactions in certain areas of the planets. We're actually all 12 zodiac, but depending on where the sun is, some of these behaviors and traits are exemplified in appearance and emotion. But once we move on to the celestial work, we're activating our inner 12 apostles, the 12 intelligence of the brain. And then the 13th, the teacher comes in, the middle, the one in the middle of the council, in the head, the optic thalamus, which is just a physical representation of the all-seeing eye of God, which is in the Upanishads. It says, he who knows the 3 knows 1, knows God, because you have to understand God as God, the one who watches everything, that creates everything, then the universe, the womb, and then the souls that inhabit it. So you have God, and God is always up there watching. A lot of people don't like to say, like, oh, there's no old man on the clouds watching us. But in a sense, in a metaphorical way, you could say the all-seeing eye, the wise one, the wise eye, the first emanation, or the first benevolent one, is always casting his gaze upon us. In fact, that gaze that is casted by the Purushic spirit is what fertilizes and fundates the physical womb and produces us. And we are part of the creation too. We're physical exemplaries and examples of that supreme immortal being. And our goal is to all attain self-conscious immortality, and not just unconscious immortality. So the path is one, and the path is beauty, and the path is truth.
Welcome to Prisca Theologia. Today we're going to be discussing the second operation of the alchemical process, which is coagulation, which is in regards to Taurus, where we enter into a fixed state of awareness, whereas Aries was a spontaneous eruption of the realization of the I am. please watch the video Aries calcination, the first stage to the alchemical process, because we start on the sine wave of the ecliptic, starting at Aries, March 21st, going to Taurus and then Gemini, rather than the year starting in January. So we know that calcination, the fire, the purification that purifies the consciousness, the realization of the supreme Brahman or the supreme Om, and then finally coagulation when we enter into the fixed state of awareness, where Aries was spontaneous eruption, the realization of the I am. We actually enter the coagulation process, which is a state of awareness that becomes fixed. Since Taurus is a fixed earth sign, this state of consciousness becomes permanent rather than just something that is realized. In Aries, we realize the supreme I am. In Taurus, we realize the I have, the ability to actually cognitize that fact of realization. So in Aries or calcination, we separated the fixed from the volatile by becoming aware that we are entombed in matter and now have a sense of I am. That sense of I am dawns upon us. It's the self-awareness or the self-reflective consciousness. This is referred to as the dawning, hence dawn Aries 6 a.m. on the ecliptic, 6 a.m. when the sun dawns, or when the year dawns, it's 6 a.m. or March 21st. Same with 6 a.m. when the rooster crows. That's why the cock or the rooster is another symbol for Aries, the potent Martian energy, the potent masculine energy, which we have to understand before we move into the mysteries of Taurus, which is the next stage of the process. So this is referred to as the dawning. And Taurus is when we take the fixed and the volatile and make them completely inseparable from each other. The state of awareness becomes fixed and can now withstand the harshest material torments. So now the elements, or the four elements, the interplay of the physical realm, no longer is able to thwart the consciousness, whereas in the calcination process of purification, it was easy to go back into the ego or the lower dimensions of life back and forth, because the consciousness was realized but not permeate, not become fixed. Whereas in Taurus, after the purification, the ashes become fixed. So Taurus is when we take the fixed and the volatile and make them inseparable. The state of awareness becomes fixed and can now withstand the harshest material torments. So once you're illuminated, you lit the candle, and once that's lit, it cannot be taken out. You will always have the awareness of the I am, or the substratum known as Brahman, which is the effulgence of the personal Krishna, which is the Bhagavan, or the Christ, or the Word, which is the intelligent personal being that manifests from the electromagnetic dielectric pulse. It is the solar luminescence, which in terms means light and sound. Light and sound is spirit, which crystallize into matter, which is the negative polarity, which forms individual conscious physical entities, which are able to have this dawning, the dawning of Aries, because we all have to go through the 12 intersecting. When we understand the 12, we understand there's 12 zodiac on the ecliptic, starting at March 21st, cardinal. We come up and down through the laws of rhythm, the ups and downs of life. And instead of thinking of electromagnetism as a duality, we see it as a 12ness, referring to the Sambes method as taught by Santos Bonacci. We stand on the backs of giants such as Thomas H. Burgoyne, George W. Carey, great scientists, great esotericists, Samael Weor, Rudolf Steiner. We draw information and occult wisdom from those who have the purest heart, the purest intentions, and who know syncretism, or know the ability to understand that the truth comes from the field itself, that truth is inherent in the codes of life. Taurus rules the throat chakra, and as human beings, we're able to speak the word, and in sense, all is a tomb. We know that all the words that we speak are actually pre-vibrated entities, that what we speak is actually pre-existing, because the Neoplatonists said that we don't invent anything, we only grasp and are able to imagine what is there. And imagine means to imagine, to take in images that are already there in the ether. So Taurus is when we take the fixed. Hence, once you're illuminated, the lit candle never is taken out. You have cardinal when the fire's starting, fixed when the flame is there, and then mutable when the embers fly out. As an example that has been used by Santos before. Also, the water hose, water coming out, cardinal, water's kind of in that strand, fixed, and then mutable, the droplets. So as we know, Taurus rules the throat chakra. The mysteries of Taurus make it so we now have the ability to speak. We understand that we have the word, and the word was made flesh because the solar luminescent spirit was able to take form. And the purpose of creation was the unified monad to split into the dyad, create miniature children of itself to have infinite evolutionary consciousness, ever eternally progression and individualized. So as we increase on the path, we lose our animal ego, but increase in our individuality. Now, there's a difference between the higher ego and the lower ego. These both have to be overcome because the higher individuality is beyond the polarities of the Maya or the physical dimension. So we understand that we have the word. The word is the magical power to transmute ether into physical material. We manifest our lives as we speak. What we speak, so we reap. Taurus's motto is I have, hence with the word we draw to the things that we acquire. So now we see that our word affects our friends and our family and even our physical body. Our words have a direct impact since it's subtle on the least subtle physical aspect, which is water. That's why our words have such an impact on our water. And since our bodies are made of water, and as Alvin Boyd Kuhn explains, our body is the Red Sea that we cross. We have to transmute our waters. That water is the connection to our soul. Those waters have to be kept pure with the word by having pure speech. One way to purify the throat chakra is taught by Samael is the mantra or the Maha mantra is taught by Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. This allows the petals of the throat chakra to develop if combined with chastity, charity, and choice, service, serving humanity, serving all human beings as deity, as God, serving the inner I am. Jesus says, I am in the least of thee. How do I serve you, Master? Jesus replies to the disciples, serve the least, and I am in him. So Taurus the bull, we all have to become cowherders. We all have to control our cerebellum or cerebellum, which is the lower brain that sits below the cerebrum, which is Aries. We go through the calcination at the top of the head. We go through the coagulation in Taurus. So the divine reason inherent in the Taurus field of creation makes order and gives form to creation. With Taurus, we give form, fixed forms. Without it, we weren't able to have these stable forms. George W. Carey tells us that the word was made flesh, meaning spirit incarnated into man and became the I am. Our I am is the bosom of the creator that comes forth and now forms a fixed individuality and becomes prepared for the eternal journey that it goes upon. So the throat chakra, the larynx, is similar to the female genital system, and with it, we are actually always procreating. The spirit is the masculine principle that goes upon the larynx, which produces the word, which is the child. That's why I say the word was made flesh, and in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God. And then they equate Jesus as to the word or the logos, because he's supposed to be the divine emanation of wisdom and love incarnate or in a personal form. So he's a direct emanation or the supreme cause of the supreme Om, which is the supreme father mother. So we emanate words and create with the word different states of being are brought about. Our subconscious mind is changed. We're constantly impregnating the subconscious mind with the masculine impressions to bring about changes. We know Venus rules Taurus, the planet of love. So if we can learn to speak softly and gently and thoroughly and articulately, we're able to invoke that planet through our voice by speaking with love and kindness. 12 archetypal consciousness, the 12 alchemical changes. From the one came the many. We are now fixed individually forever. No void, but eternal progression. As the sun or spiritual sun pulls our souls upward as it does to vaporize the water. We're all voices of the one. The Father is the stillness. Then the first motion produces a vibration, a wave, which is the mother or Eve. So this creates the sine wave. That sine wave is our life, or the law of rhythm, going back to the 7 Hermetic principles. This law, this rhythm shows us that we have to go through the land of good and evil to voyage through the desert of physical incarnation, of duality, in order to develop the 12 psychological inherent consciousness or intelligences that are inherent in the light. Everything is a 12ness. And that sun, or that inner sun, the 13th aspect of the 12, because you have the 12 and then the 13th. That 13th is the witness within. That witness has to be the conqueror. That inner sun has to pull and transmute the negative aspects into higher forms. We are all voices of the one. The Father is the stillness. Then the first motion produces a vibration, which creates the sine wave, or the sin of Eve. The sin of Eve, or the sine wave, is the 12 that are within this wave. Here's the plane of inertia, which is the mid-plane that we exist on. Now, the sin of Eve is when the soul bites the apple, which is the Taurus field, falls into incarnation. See, in Eden, the life of spirit, of bliss, you have the Garden of Eden, or the heart chakra, which is the 5th realm, a more subtle reality. And we learned from the Lost Keys, from Alvin Boy Kuhn, that when we bite of that apple and fall into the physical realm of duality, we actually enter a state of death. So when Jehovah Elohim says, if you eat of the apple, you for surely die. Why don't they die? Well, they take on animal skins, which means physical bodies. We'll be getting into that in the next lecture when we go into the mysteries of Gemini, the 3rd stage of the alchemical process. It's good to understand the electromagnetic duality is a 12ness. That 12ness is produced from the monad. That monad splits into 2, the wisdom and love, Joseph and Mary, Adam and Eve, Jesus and Mary Magdalene, the sun and the moon. And that snake, which is the tempting force, the senses, or set in the Egyptian. When the sun sets, it's tempting. In Scorpio over here, the sun is setting past 6 p.m., entering temptation. Adam is the mind, Eve the emotions, the desire. The tempting force is the snake that tempts the desire. The desire knocks on the doors of the brain, trying to get the mind to withstand. That's on a microcosmic level. But on a higher level, we understand that this happens on multiple layers. So this creates a sine wave, and that sine wave is what allows us to experience this reality here and now. As we are children of the light, we are part of the many. The one is within us. Jesus says he and the Father are one. The Father in me and the I in you. It is talking about the different layers of the various spiritual garments that are acquired while in this physical realm. So, as we spoke, we exercise the throat chakra with mantras like Hare Krishna, 16 petals. We activate the throats by speaking truth and with love. And that means aligning what we say with what we think. So we should try to speak applicably and try to say, just like in the 4 agreements, as it said, be applicable with your word. Try to say things that you mean. Try not to try not to make promises you can't keep. Stay out of situations where that are going to push you to justify that, hey, you know what? I think it's okay to lie right now. Just stay out of anything that's going to push you to that, because it's going to disrupt the throat chakra. So if you're more of the occultist rather than the mystic's more meditative and receptive and prayerful, where the occultist is more scientific and logical. The occultist can draw sigils of Taurus, which is the symbol of Taurus, the circle with the horns, on a piece of paper, or invoke Venus through copper. You can use like a copper bracelet. And begin to transform the lust that is invoked into love, because the magician uses the metals to invoke slightness of those vices to be able to utilize the energy and to transmute the desire into its higher form. So of course the libido will be stimulated, and we'll have to subliminate the libido and move it into the upper chamber. And it's interesting that the throat is similar to the reproductive system, and how we can actually sublimate the sexual energy through our voice by using mantras. Samael recommended the mantra Dis, Das, Dos to transmute the energy currents from the lower chakras to the higher, because sound is the best way to move energy because it's so subtle. So when we activate our throat chakras, we're actually activating our clairaudience, which is the inner ear. And this allows us to hear the truth and extract the inner meaning when we hear stories of the ancient masters or ancient riddles, or we can extract the meaning and hear the voices of the higher spirits that are trying to actually whisper to us various different things, various different hints, various different lessons that we need to be open to by making sure that our throats are activated by speaking applicably, truthfully. And we can exercise the clairaudience by imagining sounds. If we're going into more of like hermetic teachings of Franz Barden, we can actually set a timer for 10 minutes and imagine sounds such as like a train horn, a cymbal, a drum, a gong, a river, and try to invoke this sound so that later you can differentiate between sound that you're invoking and sound that is actually appearing from an external source within. This is how you use the inner ear and hear the sounds that you're able to invoke. And of course, small breathing exercises, like upon exhale, breathe in, and then exhale, chant Hum, So there you have it. That's the second stage. When you're able to, that I am, that awareness that you are not the body isn't just an exciting realization, but it becomes fixed, permanent, and the material realm can no longer meddle with it. So thank you.
Be lesson 4 of the 12-part series of the alchemical process, and we're going to be talking about the crab, Cancer, the scarab. Now, this is the solar potency of June 21st on the sine wave when the sun reaches its maturest aspect. June 21st, Northern Hemisphere, very powerful, lots of energy, and this gives us the power for the 4th stage of the alchemical process, which is dissolution. We've gone through Aries, Taurus, and Gemini, and now we are ready to take part in the water level of consciousness to become what would be called in the Bible baptized by water, so that we can move to the air level of consciousness of no thought. So today we're going to be discussing this sign and this process and how it can help us and how we can have a better understanding of the sine wave when it comes to its relation to this time of the year, as well as how we utilize it in the time of our day and how these cycles impact us eternally. I'm going to start off just sharing my screen. I have a small presentation to go along with the discussion. So we're at the 4th alchemical process, dissolution. And it's interesting to notice, dissolution being Cancer, the water sign, to go from cardinal, fixed, mutable, Aries, cardinal, Taurus, fixed, Gemini, mutable. We are now at another cardinals. Cancer, cardinal, dissolution, the water sign. And The crab sign has two other symbols or other signs that correlate to it, being the unicorn or also the scarab, the beetle. And notice the word crab in the word scarab and the word raw in the word crab and scarab, and also bark and ark. We talked about Noah's Ark and the Ark of the Covenant, and bark being wood, and wood being related to the tree of life, the tree of knowledge, and wood being used as, magicians use wood in magic to symbolize will. The wand is made of wood, and the wand is the director of the will, the divine will. So when we experience dissolution, we have to understand its physical, laboratory, alchemical correspondence. So dissolution is a transformation of a substance by immersing it in a liquid. So we immerse ourselves in meditation, and when we silence the mind, going from beta consciousness to alpha consciousness, we are now at the point where we are identifying with the part of ourselves that is solar luminescence and not the physical body. This kicks in a process which allows the hormones and chemicals to react in a way where you actually start seeing yourself on a day-to-day basis from the witness perspective. Now we went through the first stages of Aries, Taurus, Gemini, and now in Cancer, dissolution is now you're immersing yourself in the ocean of Brahman, or the ocean of the effulgence of Krishna, the supreme being of consciousness, and are now established in that water. That water is the purification. John the Baptist says that first I will baptize you with water to prepare for the one that will come to baptize you with fire and the Holy Spirit. This is referring to, in the Greek level of consciousness, earth, water, air, and fire, and then ether being the fifth. We have to go through a purification process, and water purifies us of this internal alchemical process of transmuting the energies, trying to live in the flow rather than in the electrical shift of thinking from the left brain. We begin to submerge ourselves in this ocean of bliss, and our bad habits and our past beliefs and our past automated behaviors begin to become washed away and purified. And this water enters into us. And that's spiritual water from the top three Sephiroth of the tree of life. This water is not material water, but is the water above. The waters above, not the waters below, essentially. These are spiritual waters, and they represent that aspect of the Divine Mother. That's where you get Maritime Mary, magnetism, and this is the personal aspect of the Creator. So this is in preparation for the air level, when we enter the part of consciousness where we no longer have thought. It's not that we stop thinking, but it's that now we have such control over our thoughts and what comes into our conscious field that we now no longer are going to be just lost in a daydream or lost in, losing our train of thought. We'll be able to use thoughts in the highest degree that they're made capable to us to use, as long as we are going with the flow of nature and the will of the higher nature, so that this process can come about. Because this happens naturally. It's just that humans tend to do things to get in the way of our own inherent blossoming, essentially. In the dissolution process, this is when we start to really magnify our inner life, even if we're still, just living in the world, just how we are in a physical body, either going to work or doing our duties, our relationships with our family, our friends. now your inner life is where the spotlight is shining now. It is no longer, the senses going outward in 5 directions. Those 5 senses are now turned inward. And you still appear and act and communicate the same with people around you. And your life appears to be the same as it was before in the other processes, except before the senses were more externalized in a process of learning, of understanding and adapting. This is more, you're now submerging yourself in the fluid nature of the Cancerian dissolution properties, just like this picture is showing. These pictures carry deep symbolism that can awaken inner epiphanies so that you can come into inner realizations. These pictures relate to archetypes that actually take place in our psyche. This is the Prisca Theologia. This is syncretism. This is the mind of the creator, or the mind of God, or electricity manifesting in the material plane in our lives, in events that take place on a chemical level, psychological, astrological, biochemical, astrophysiological, mystical. So these are all the different various aspects of life that we are transforming. Life is a constant process of transformation, and our bodies are alchemical laboratories that are transforming. We are merged, we are matter merged with, we're spirit and matter, and we are the manifestation that comes out of that. We are born from the merging of these two. We are in essence the third. So Cancer the Chariot. Long we've been told that this is the tarot card that represents Cancer. And the way I see it is, I just see a crab. When I look at the charioteer, I see a crab. But that's just me looking at it from a shape point of view. If you look at the symbolism, this is about taking reins. This is about taking control, dominating spirit, not dominating matter in like an aggressive way, but control over matter. You are controlling your dualities. You are now depolarized. Your ability now is to take on the role of the charioteer and become a witness and use the higher intelligence to observe and take control over anything that is not you or the self that you can control or adjust in consciousness, and start making those adjustments. Because if we're too polarized one way, we become too lethargic, or we become too energized, or we become too engulfed in let's say negligence, or we become too particularized and take ourselves too seriously. So we have to now understand that we are dissolving our ego into the bliss of, not impersonalism, but in the effulgence of purification that is coming from the personal aspect of the creator. So the chariot represents spirit's dominion over matter. In dissolution, we take our bodies, essential elements, and break them down to their separate elements. We take our earth, our water, our air, and our fire, and we purify them one by one consciously. So our earth would be our bodies, water, our emotions or astral body, air, our mind and thoughts, fire, our impulse and will. And of course, this is under the control of the spirit, the witness, and we purify one by one. So this is dissolution. We break down the being's essential elements. We purify them in order for the next process to bring them back together. So in this process, we're going to be freeing ourselves from past traumas, past negative emotions that were created when we were susceptible to the environment. So when we picked up all our subconscious traumas growing up in this society or matrix, this is when they're going to start to become cleansed. You now are no longer like, wow, I don't have waves of depression or void or feeling nihilistic, this is all going to be washed away. In the beginning, there's times where you go through dark night of the soul, times where you experience this death per se, even more like a second, like an ego death, can be very harsh. But as long as you're established in the self and following the principles of Eightfold Path and yoga, and essentially just listening to your consciousness that is always there, Jiminy Cricket, that is always telling you your intuition, what you should do, the right thing. That is the inner sun. It's always there. It's accessible to anyone. And we all have the ability to use this as our essential navigator. So Cancer the Crab's the highest point of the sun's ascension, June 21st, ruled by the moon, representing the Divine Mother. Divine Mother represented Shakti, that is the senses, the Kundalini, sensations, separation, personalism, our ability, the one and the many, Shakti being the many, the woman being the many. So the scarab and the unicorn are the two creatures that represent Cancer, because when we develop this process and we are established in the self, we activate the unicorn horn, which, as we see in the diagram here, is activation of the pineal gland. When we raise the waters and part the Red Sea, as Moses did, the energies rise into the right hemisphere of the brain, activating the optic thalamus, and are now picking up that frequency from a different vibration, accessing the supernal dimensions, which allow us to be in a state of flow, a constant state of flow, constant state of in the know, dream recall, to be able to have forethought or foresight, to be able to intuitively know what's going to happen. So this is how, this is why the unicorn has a lot of symbolism in the occult. We need to activate the pineal gland, essentially. And the scarab, the Cancerian crab, and the unicorn all represent this aspect. And this has been discovered by Schwaller de Lubigs, that the human skull represents the scarab, which is not a surprise in previous lectures. And as we've, been told by seeing evidence from Manly P. Hall, Occult Anatomy of Me and Man, George W. Carey, God, Man, Word Made Flesh, that these deities and gods and astronomical and astrological events and images and creatures appear in the human body. The human body is the living zodiac. The human body is the circle of animals. We are Jacob the hill catcher. The sun is catching its heel on the ecliptic. In the same way, Aries is the head, Pisces is the feet. Essentially, that's like a man catching his heels. We are that, and essentially, this is why the scarab would look like the skull. Perfect symbolism. The scarab is a representation of the sun because the creature does similar things. I recommend everyone to go and look at the correlation between the scarab and the sun, and to symbolize how that connects, because essentially the life is metaphorically appears just in the same way the sun reacts, and it's mystical on 3 different levels. And we can meditate on this and look at this in a way to help us understand how this reflects in nature in so many different ways. So we pray to catch rays. We can harness the rays of the sun's potency in Cancer and Leo in this area of June 21st, summer, and this energy very potent. We absorb them through our pores, and we can practice the breathing exercises that are taught in this academy, along with imagining that our pores are open and that we're breathing through our entire body and not just our lungs, not just our nose and mouth, but activate that right brain and imagine that the holes and you're breathing through your entire body. This is how you can absorb the rays of the sun and the potency of this energy during the dissolution process. And you can do this through mantras as well, as the sun's keynote would be Ah, Va, So these mantras that can be said while in combination with breathing exercises can bring in the energies. The scarab, considered the savior, is the key to physical and spiritual regeneration. Through the moon or the divine mother, we bring about the Christ child by working with our sexual energy and slowly transmuting our lower selves, or the creature part of us that we're inhabiting, into its higher form or its ether form or Adam or the perfect man, mysteries of Aquarius. So the scarab being the savior, because the scarab represents the sun. When the sun is in the sign of Cancer, it becomes the beetle. When the sun is in the sign of Aries, it becomes the lamb. When the sun is in the sign of Sagittarius, it becomes the half man, half horse, or the centaur. When it's in Libra, it becomes the scales. Well, when it's in Cancer, it becomes the dung beetle, or it becomes the cockchafer. As we were told by Reverend Robert Taylor, that Jesus was even referred to as the dung beetle because of the similarities between this, and the Egyptians knew this, that the life of the metaphor of it is about birth, death, sacrifice, and resurrection. So the scarab or the Cancer, the crab, is metaphorically the savior and the key to our spiritual and physical regeneration. It is the womb, it's the divine mother where the Christ child is born from. And this process happens through us, through this creature that we inhabit that is in Malkuth. Malkuth is on the bottom Sephiroth of the tree of life and represents the physical realm. This is where our physical body is, and this is where our spiritual and other ethereal bodies are. Our physical body is partially an animal, mysteries of Sagittarius, the half man, half horse. Essentially, this is a part of us that is animal and divine, automatic and conscious, group soul and individualized soul. And we need to transmute the creature that we're inhabiting and purify it and make it Adam, like redeem it. Once we begin working with our consciousness, and no longer identify with the body's, the lunar aspects or the automatic behaviors will slowly start be transmuted into conscious solar behaviors. So become less automated, no longer reacting to situations in the same way, no longer, even if we do have an emotional outbreak, we see it from the witness perspective. Before, we really felt like it was happening to us, and now it's an occurrence that we observe from afar. Our impulsive behavior should be reduced. And we harness the power of the waters, which is the moon. We're told Cancer is the gate that souls descend and are born into the material realm, and Capricorn is where we ascend out of. So we build we build our temple up and we ascend. And the Cancer being the womb or the tomb that the soul descends into material realm. So she's the divine mother that teaches us our lessons of what the soul needs to be able to grow and mature, to be a healthy adult soul. And we do this by taking our willpower, our spiritual nature, and we dominate our elements. Physically, we exercise, practice moderation, our behaviors, etiquette, to be able to understand how to react in certain situations, because when we understand that our behaviors, our words, our thoughts, and our actions can actually affect other people and cause harm to other people, that is when we is a very big part of a dawn of our awakening. And that's when we understand that, hey, we can't just do whatever that our lower egos want us to do. We actually have to use our spiritual willpower and dominate the four elements that are in a chaotic mode. So we practice emotional control, which would be controlling the waters. Thought control would be controlling the air element. Fire and impulse control would be the willpower. And this is, when we do this process, this is rising the Kundalini from the root chakra or earth to water chakra, which is the sacral, and then finally to air, and then fire. And fire is the Christified mind, which is when the fluids, the milk and honey from Joseph and Mary, the pineal gland and pituitary gland, finally purify the nervous system and actually heal it from all the damage that was done to it when we were living in Egypt, or the lower mind, when we were struggling with senses. So we move from sense life to spiritual life. This is the metaphor of Pinocchio becoming a real boy. So the soul, fully matured, develops in the womb of this creation or this school, entering through the Tropic of Cancer. Now we work with the elements that are automatic and are similar to kind of a machine. It is said in Bhagavad Gita that nature is a machine. So we have to take control of this machine and understand who is in charge of it. And we use our conscious willpower to transmute the lower self and become self-realized and understand where we come from, why, how. One of the most important questions is why, as well as how. There's different schools of thought. Some say one of the most important question is, how does this happen? Others, why. Which one do you feel? So at the end of the day, the goal is God, and to realize the prime cause. And that's the spirit. That's the premium materia. That's the fifth element. And that's what we are trying to combine. And that's the philosopher's stone, that once it's found, this physical body follows suit and is now programmed with the divine will and now manifest heaven on earth, and is then able to ascend outside of its conditions and go back to the eternal planes. We become receivers because when we are souls that are manifested in all these individual forms, we become servants to higher levels of beings like God. What I mean by God is like the personal entity that is still whole and not separate. So the one that doesn't lose its keys, the one that doesn't like, oh crap, like I stubbed my toe, or I burped, or something like this. That's something that I do because I'm a physical creation. I'm a soul, separate entity, in an aspect. But that part, that is the giver. I am on the receiving end. The soul is receptive. The spirit is bestowing and giving. So the Kabbalists taught that the universe is made up of a duality between the almighty bestower, which is known as the creator, and receivers, which are the creation, and all of the myriads of beings within creation. Each being has its inner giver within. We all have our inner father. This is the bestower. We have to turn on our father within, cerebrum, Abraham, our inner Abraham, or our innermost, and become bestowers, because most of the time we're selfish and want to receive. That's fine. God gave us the gift of reception, but we need to activate our inner givers and become mature adult souls. The Kabbalists taught, esoteric Kabbalists taught, that humanity gradually develops this inner aspect of giving. By nature, we are receptive. As souls, we want to gain experience and have things happen to us and receive from the bestower. But we are able to tap into a huge reservoir of unconditional love if we change the polarity and activate the inner giver. If we activate the inner giver, we can know that our actions will be unselfish and we will enter the transcendental plane of consciousness, which is here, center, the 13th. So we activate our inner charioteer in this process of alchemy of dissolution. Here's a picture of Krishna and Arjuna as a metaphor. Chariot being the body. The senses that are the horses that need control by the mind. The soul is in charge of the intelligence. The intelligence is in charge of the mind. And the mind is in charge of the senses. One way we can actually work with this practically is through chanting and identifying with the being that is in the higher planes. So we have to identify with the soul. We are the soul. It's just that we forget and we get submerged in the different elements and the different ways that that matter can condition that soul. So when we chant, we could say, for example, if we're chanting om, 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 om. We'll now whisper it. Now say it silently. We'll now say it up here in the part that's the supreme stillness. Continue speaking the mantra there. Instead of identifying with this, identify with something that is not in form, the space or the ether, that is an individualized partial, but doesn't necessarily have a point of manifestation. That is counter space. That is what should control the mind. Then the mind will be able to control the senses and will enter into delta state of consciousness in the waking state. It's very possible. It's a few things I wanted to touch upon. Thomas H. Burgoyne says something very interesting about the moon. And the moon being the best correlative principle of the Divine Mother in correlation to Cancer, the crab. It's good to learn about this in this lesson. We all have heard about the sacred secretion and the chrism in the body on a monthly cycle. And now it's time to learn about the yearly cycle. Thomas H. Burgoyne, Light of Egypt, page 126. When the sun and the moon occupy the same plane in reference to the earth, we have the high spring tides. It is same upon the mental plane with the human brain. The brain of man magnetically expands and becomes illuminated by the lunar solar influx from the new to the full moon, at which the time this magnetic force is at the maximum. It is high tide, so to say, that those who have the care and experience of lunatics will verify the fact that they become perfect astronomical calendars of the moon's increase and decrease of light. When the moon in the course of her motion arrives at the same place during each month, she impregnates these seeds and endows them with magnetic life. Therefore, in an occult sense, she confers upon humanity the powers and possibilities of magical forces. It is this lunar solar influx of Naronia within the human constitution, then, that controls the real foundation and basis of the spiritual development and occult power. So it seems that the moon is giving us light, and these talents are deposited in the solar plexus. And on our birthday, like, so my birthday is April 2nd, when, let's say it's the month of April, when the moon is in Aries there, or on my birthday, I'm getting talents deposited and activated. And if you've lived your life correctly, these talents flourish and are activated depending on that level. From the time of winter solstice, the days increase in length in the northern hemisphere. The sluggish life forces of matter begin to expand, and all things increase in vitality until the 21st of June, when the sun enters the sign of Cancer. This is the highest point of declination north of the equator. It is also the highest point of intensity in the northern hemisphere of the cosmic life forces. For a time, these forces remain stationary, then a reaction slowly sets in. The trees begin to change their tints, fruits begin to ripen, and the days grow shorter as the life wave recedes. So June 21st, our highest inclination of life before the descent into the tomb of matter. This represents the spiritual realm. This represents the physical realm. Take advantage of this energy at this time so that when we appear, the light will shine and the Christ will save us from the underworld and liberate the souls from the lower egos. I hope that you guys have enjoyed this lesson. Looking forward to getting this to flow smoothly into the next lesson as much as possible. So I hope that you guys have enjoyed this and that have taken something from this. And yep, looking forward to talking to you guys next time. Have a wonderful night.
Hey, today we're going to be talking about Virgo, the sixth stage of the alchemical process. Now we went through Aries, Taurus, Gemini, and Cancer. We'll do Leo. We're a little bit out of order. I'm going to be going in. There's going to be a course available for the 12 stages, and that'll be available in the description below in the coming weeks, in the next videos, where you can get all 12. But essentially, we're going to be going into Virgo because distillation is a very important process when it comes to the alchemical process and understanding the sacred secretion and exactly how these mystical stories that we learn about, as we know that as a great Bill Donahue said, that myths don't happen so that they do act, so that they actually do occur. Because remember, the truth is hidden in many of these mystical symbolic stories, tells. Even the laboratory work of the alchemist is a hidden allegory for the inner mechanisms of the soul, the mind, and the body, and how it works together to formulate the ascension of the soul and the self-actualization of the being, which is theosis, which would be full and complete understanding, comprehension, and merging with the creator, but will still maintain your separate, dignified separation. So let's get right into it. So in alchemy, distillation, we know that the process of distillation is the process of heating a liquid. This process, let's go right into it like this. See, the process of heating a liquid by a process of heating and cooling. This heating and cooling allows the water to transform into those vapors. In the same way in our body, the kundalini in its gross material form of the physical state, as the heat or the cauldron is warmed up, begins to distill and evaporate and become a distillation. The spinal column is a distillery, and those vapors are what rise up the spinal column, all 33 vertebrae. It's like it's a pressure valve system as well as a distillery. The distillation happens from the sun. In the outside realm, as you can see in the picture, the sun is reflecting off the mirror or the mind and purifying this vessel by extracting the vapors, which are then purified, and the gross material stays within the vessel. This happens with us with the inner sun. The ancient Gnostics, the ancient Christians, the ancient mystics knew that the sun was a symbol of the inner Christ or the inner Lord within, which is the inner I am consciousness, which is deviated and divided between all the individual incarnated souls that springs forth from the unified principle, the Father, Mother, Deity, the monad. The monad becomes the dyad. That dyad produces all things. So the extraction of the essential meaning or the more important aspects of something, such as allegory, and when we look at our life as a mythological journey, as the sun goes through the 12 zodiacs, so we also triumph through the 12 trials of Hercules. So we also have to articulate and self-actualize the 12 separate intelligences within us so that we can also become fully mature and bloom and blossom just like a flower. A flower has to go through various processes until finally it comes to its complete form. And from that form, we know that flowers also wilt and die, and then they even the perennial flowers continue to regrow. So we have that process of eternity in nature that we see, and also other processes, because in this realm of duality, we always have those oppositions. So when we extract the essential meaning or the most important aspects of something, that means when we take, for example, the story of some of the stories, like for say the story of Jesus turning water into wine. And we extract the essential meaning out of that, which shows the miracles of the sun, the miracles of light, how light purifies water, how light creates all things, how light is the prime manifester of the elements which make up all things that we see. So the story is anagogical. It comes from a deeper level so that we can kind of peel back the layers and see that. And this is exactly how we distill. See, distillation doesn't only happen in the spinal column with Kundalini or by heating up a liquid and extracting vapors from water, or when the sun evaporates water and water rises and becomes clouds and clouds produce thunder. This also is a process of extracting the meaning or the hidden meanings and symbolic factors of our everyday life. So these lower energies have heated up and are now vaporizing up the spinal canal. As we have taught in the previous videos, the sacred secretion is a natural process occurring in man and women on a monthly, yearly cycle that is directly correlated to your hormones and your inner harmony and balance. When the body's balanced mentally, physically, and emotionally, and is following under the guidance of its higher consciousness within, then these energies essentially allow the 7 chakras to be activated so that all the 7 glands, because don't forget, the physical 7 glands, the thyroid, the pineal, the pituitary, the solar plexus, the prostate, the uterus, the sexual glands, these are all the physical manifestations of the glands that are the spiritual portals, which are the 7 chakras beyond these 7 glands. Because everything in the physical is a condensation or a physical representation of invisible intelligent forces. So when we are on the path and we're practicing alchemy and transmutation and white tantra, which is essentially working with the sexual energies we're using chastity, which doesn't necessarily mean to abstain from sex, but means to abstain from the any spilling of the energy, then this vessel here heats up and distills the vapors up the spinal column, and the vapors feed the nervous system. So the sun being the master distiller, the sun is the master distiller because the sun is the symbol and it takes on the physical characteristics of the invisible intelligence, which is the Christ. So how the sun kind of walks on water, when it reflects on water, so too the Spirit of Christ walks over the triumphs of life, the elements. Krishna was seen walking on the 7 heads of serpents. Moses parted the Red Sea. There's always some miracle with water because as humans, we too also have to produce these miracles with water by overcoming these elements within ourselves, within our psyche. The water is psychological. We have to use our psychological sun to evaporate our psychological water to create that mystic vapor within that is what is going to nourish the body of light or the solar body to be able to produce. Jesus said, with patience, you'll produce your soul. You are the witness producing a soul. That soul is able to carry you on to higher, more existential, subtle realities and dimensions. So the sun distills our souls by bringing it up out of the tomb of matter. As we said in the first video on this channel, that the Alvin Boyd Kuhn released the mysteries of the keys of the scriptures, where everything time that the scriptures are talking about a state of death or purgatory or the dungeon or the underworld, it's referring to the physical realm and not hell or in some other place. And when it's talking about life eternal, it's talking about the spiritual world of eternal spiritual glory. So in that sense, the physical body becomes a tomb or a cross, the cross of matter. So our inner spiritual sun evaporates the soul out of the animal nature, these animal impulses, which are those saps, those hormones, those crude chemical physical nature of our being, and that evaporates the water, and then the rest is absorbed into the physical. So this is how the inner and the outer are one. The physical sun that is hot purifies water and brings the rain, which is an outer symbol of that internal rain. Because when our inner sun, which is sometimes it's the pineal gland when it exalts in Aries, Aries is the cerebrum where the sun exalts, and then sometimes Leo, the heart, where the sun rules. We have to work with the lion and the lamb, the head and the heart work together to create this solar evaporation of these energies that distill from the water. The water where? Scorpio. Scorpio rules the genital areas. procreation. Those energies below are the fire of Sagittarius. The fire must boil the water to extract the vapor, and the sun and the lion are the ones that are in charge of evaporating that, which is it's all symbols of purifying yourself, being pure, to leave behind the bestial, crude, selfish traps that humans get themselves into, and to kind of step into a new reality, a new dimension of soul, to where you're behaving from soul through the body rather than the body imprisoning the soul or on a sleep consciousness. So essentially the sun is our ability to awaken the consciousness within ourselves. So Virgo, being ruled by Mercury, gives us the quality of divine reason. This is the personal aspect of the creator, because the mother god is the personal aspect. In the same way in everyday life, we see that the mother takes on more of a personal attitude, a more personal interest in the ongoings, and as the father, Saturn, more aloof, nonetheless, very, very involved in the backbone. So Virgo being the personal aspect of the creator. The negative aspect, it brings about animal reasoning and desire. So not being able to think with well reason. So every zodiac sign has its positive and negative traits. So as we learn to distill the animal impulses that begin to build up in the abdomen or the lower dantian of the physical body, these sexual energies are purified by the adrenal hormones. If left alone, the energy evaporates up the spine. And as Samael Muir from the Gnostic tradition states, that seminization of the brain takes place because the cerebrum is able to increase its functioning and its voltage because it's nourished by those vapors. That's how Mozart, Beethoven, and all of the greats essentially were able to do the great work, because the great work is returning that which descends from above and returning it, like the prodigal son left heaven, went down to the more animal aptitudes of life, and then decided that there was nothing there, just a desert, and decided to rise back up to the Father. So it's the story of the descent of the soul into matter and the distillation upward and vaporization up into ethereal nature, because as human beings, we are both physical as well as spiritual. So if left alone, this energy can vaporize up the spine and allow us to actually self-actualize and understand our relationship to God and the Creator. So this is what takes the Christic seed atom up into the ventricles of the brain. As Manly P. Hall said, with those mysteries, when that spinal fire rises up the spine and reaches through the third ventricle of the brain, then the inner lantern's lit, and essentially you get the mystic eye, which allows you to see the truth and extract the hidden meanings in all things. Thank you. Welcome to Prisca Theologia. Today we're going to be discussing the Christian mysteries and understanding the concept of the Christ in the Christic mysteries. When we're talking about the Christ, this name has been hidden from the masses to pertain to one historical figure in history, when the truth is that the Christ is the word or the emanation, the first light from the uncreated, unmanifest totality. So it is that light that appears from out of the darkness, that darkness categorized the nothingness, but that nothingness that has its only nothingness to our left brain logical analysis. The truth is that counter space contains the potentiality of all forms and all souls and all creation. So it is an everythingness, and that everythingness emanates a sun, and that sun is the light that gives light in all form to all beings. In our physical realm, we see this as the physical sun. So I'm going to go into an article on my website, innermysteries.org. You can go here. I have cell salts. You can pick them up here. Best made natural products, very good for alleviating mental, physical, emotional ailments. And we have consultations as well. You can book with me to go over this one-on-one, any type of advice or anything that you guys might be looking for in that respect. But going into the lesson, Christian mysteries, and here it's written, "There's never was a time when Christ did not exist. He is an eternal being who is at the base of all creation. The story of Christ captures the higher truths in the story of Jesus, who is the embodiment of the law of God and life, and wisdom fully realized." So, in the story, Jesus represents the human embodiment of that Christ, which is the love and wisdom in their highest totality being expressed on the human's plane. So we have that invisible aspect, the invisible cause. It has these attributes, and then we have them in form, the Word, the Christ, the one who is seen, and the one that resides in all of our hearts. Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita says, "I reside in the hearts of all beings." In the same way Jesus says, "I am in the least of you. I am in all. If you help even the poorest, know that you're helping me," clarifying his universal emanations. See, not only in the story we have the avatar, the human figure, in Krishna, when Krishna is explaining in the Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna the higher truths, we have them as characters, and then those characters are always identifying with their universal totality that transcends history and physical persona. So there's much speculation as to whether Jesus was a prophet or a son of God. Some say equal to Moses, some say God. Jesus, Allah, Jehovah, Krishna are eternal and universal, and they are applicable to all people in all situations and at all times. The story, as any story, is about the being, the Christ, who dwelt within man, our body being that temple, the temple of Solomon. So the great work of the human being is that this temple must complete the manufacturing of the soul. And Jesus says, with patience, you'll acquire your souls. Picture your soul as a seed. That seed is embodied or entombed in the physical flesh or the cross of matter. In the mysteries, the human body is considered the cross, the meeting place of the four elements, where the ether manifest, where the invisible manifest, where the sky and the earth meet, is the human man or woman. And man is at the center of creation. He is the bridge between the earthly beast and the lofty angels. So within the body is found God, the Father. That inner Father, every individual has their own individualized inner Father, which is the creative principle within them that's producing the point of consciousness or the individualized soul. And Christ is produced as the Word, the first manifestation of God, or the movement. Jesus is the manifestation of that life and beauty, and is the reason why humans manifest this beauty and wisdom in various degrees. So that Christ principle that has been worshipped and sought throughout the ages, much longer than just 2,000 years ago, but Krishna, the higher archetypal universal God Brahman, the transcendent Lord. We have the Christ, which is the eminent of the Father, mother totality, which would be the verb, which would be all of that self-actualized knowledge of wisdom and love put into action. So Christ gives humans the ability to bring forth the invisible intent and act upon that Christic impulse, which is what separates man from the beast. Because man has the faculties of the mind, intellect, the self-reflective faculty, the emotions, and the instinctual sexual faculty, whereas animals only have the emotions, the instinctual faculty, and mind without intellect. So that intellect allows us to turn the perception within to ourselves and find the seed, which is the soul, which with patience we possess. That soul is the immortal aspect of ourself that transcends the dissolution of the four elements being the body. So human beings manifest this beauty and wisdom in various degrees. We're all cut from the same holy cloth of that Christic light. We're all children of the light. And when we look in our physical realm, we see the sun, because God always appears in this physical manifestation form, very depending on what layer of manifestation you are dwelling in. In this third dimension, we see it as the light of the sun. Beyond that light of the sun is the spiritual light, which is the intelligence, the spiritual intelligence behind the physical manifestations. So I wanted to get to this one slide here, but I guess we won't be able to here. Okay. So the story can be perfectly charted out astrologically, as the ancients knew the body was the microcosm of the macro. So out of this celestial script, per se, that was perceived and digested by illuminated minds of seers and prophets, we now get this transcendental story. And Alvin Boy Kuhn, a great esoteric, says that these stories, these myths, are not just myths. They transcend them. In ancient Christianity, they knew that the Christ was universal in the same way the ancient Buddhists knew that the Buddha was transcendental, that it wasn't pointing to one historical figure per se. So that's where we have the wisdom of the knowing ones. To be a knower is to have full cognition of the self and to know who you are as opposed to who you're not.
I have various things to read and present, and we're going to learn about the different aspects of the being when it comes to the perceived and what is being perceived, and understanding how your individual consciousness utilizes these different functions in order to have an experience of life, and why that takes place, and what we can do with it, and what the ancients kind of taught us to do with it, and what has been long forgotten due to the separations that religious separation, secular conditioning has kind of taken us away from the inner journey. So just to go over some things to ponder. So throughout the day-to-day of life, we can live unconsciously. We have dreams and do things without consciousness. So essentially, there is the opportunity to live your life from day to day in an unconscious way. And usually from like the age of like 14 to about 18, we reach like a kind of an unconscious state in our teenage years. But some people never come out of that unconscious state. And the human condition is supposed to continually evolve consciously, but we're being attacked from all ends, conditioned through school, through society, through the entropic forces, the inorganic forces that are basically making it so that we don't live consciously. So another thing to recognize is that you do have dreams and do things without consciousness. So it is possible to dream and end up doing things in the dream and you're not even conscious of it. So like that could be very troubling. We don't have the control that we're supposed to have. So from this awareness, so at your base state, we are pure awareness. Now, this is coming at it from the duality of Gemini, because we have to understand that consciousness and awareness are actually two distinct things. Awareness is like the base state, and then consciousness is like the secondary illuminating force that shines light on itself. So at your highest state, you're pure conscious awareness. At the kind of base state from our evolution, spiritual evolution, we're just like awareness. Think of like crystals or the mineral kingdom, and how they would kind of just be like, kind of like a bliss awareness type. And then from that awareness, we form that higher levels of consciousness, just using it as a metaphor. So through consciousness, we can actually increase our awareness. And the merging and rounding out of both of them is the great work of alchemy. And this gives birth to that super consciousness. And that super consciousness would be like the father or the mother, the highest aspect. It's like the super soul that emanates and creates all the individual super souls that manifest the Adam and Eve monads that we all are.
So we manifest as those. So we can actually exercise this, because once increased, consciousness can be taken to the realm of dreams, and one can have conscious actual experiences in those realms. And in order to utilize these different aspects, we have to become aware of a couple of things from a day-to-day basis. So when we exercise the pineal gland, one of the best ways to do that is through the power of self, just self-reflecting. Every moment being like a self-reflective state of being. And by doing that, you'll actually be able to, being in that state of being, takes you to like a 0 point energy, which is your center, which would be to me like the center of the sine wave or the line. And from that point, you can witness your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors as if you were not, that you're actually like from a third person perspective. So you have the witness that is perceiving the being. So you're seeing your Malkuth ego, your entity, the name, the form, the physical body. Then you have the witness that's watching that. And then above the witness is the being. See, a lot of people stop at the witness or stop at the mind. The truth is, the being uses the intelligence and the mind, but the being is above it. The soul is above the intelligence is above the mind is above the emotions are above the body. So this is how consciousness becomes dense, and then this is how we become awakened by becoming subtle. So a few things to know is the fact that these two aspects are the masculine and feminine raised of the eternal deity. So we have Purusha, which is spirit, person, or self, the Atman, the being, Adam Kadmon, the physical, spiritual aspect. When we say physical, we mean not physical, but it is the spiritual aspect. Then we have the Prakriti, which is the divine feminine aspect. And that's where we have form, separation. We have the 4 elements. We have our mind. We have the 3 states of consciousness. And we have to start to learn to differentiate between the being, the self, the Purusha, the spirit, the atom within you, that is on manifest spirit. And then you have to differentiate that from what it is experiencing in the field. And that field is all of the eternal manifestations of the uncreated realm. So let's say you have a table or a lamp, or we have people, we have the sun, the moon, the planets, we have the waking state, but then we go to sleep and we go into the realm of dreams, and then we go to the dreamless state. We have to recognize that all of that is the feminine, divine mother, Prakriti, manifested energy. And then the person that's watching it, or the witness, is the individualized ego that sits and watches all of it aloof, completely aloof. It is unaffected by matter. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, there's no one slain when the body is slain. The slayer slays not. Like this, the eternal spirit within never comes in contact with these elements. But the problem is we become bottled up in them, and in a way that we feel that we're identified, and we lose contact with the inner witness. And that inner witness is our inner navigator. So we have to learn how to activate that inner navigator. One technique is to always, a good sadhana or spiritual practice is to have your energy and gaze just slightly at the horizon for the most part of your day, because this is where that unmanifest Brahman is kind of like Bluetooth connected to your physical being. See, it's not actually manifest within it, but it's like connected to it. So when you take your physical energies and your mind and place your attention there, you are automatically bridging a gap between the physical realm and the unmanifest realm. So that is actually a sadhana in and of itself, because that's going to create a magnetic pole center to pull up the magnetic fluids up into the brain. And then when you have your brain nourished, you'll refrain from negative behaviors. These negative behaviors can not only harm ourselves, but harm others. Humans are very apt to function from the lower part of their brain, which gives them like an animal consciousness, which is very automatic and insincere and sense gratifying. and it only looks out for itself, and it can actually be very aggressive and have a lot of things that will get in the way of the progression of the spirit. But the soul uses those animal forces and those animal impulses to create the raw energy to actually resurrect from the dead. So that's the mysteries of Easter. We're resurrecting from the dead. We are in the physical bodies, which is the lowest point of the manifestation of spirit. And just like when you throw like a ball up really high and then it reaches its highest point, stops and comes down, this is kind of like the lowest point down before it goes up. So think of it like a yo-yo.
Okay, cool. So tonight I just want to talk about the Prisca Theologia, or the eternal philosophy that is the thread through all of the mystical religious traditions set forth on the planet, that differentiates itself from the belief of nihilism, or that the end of the body is the end of the mind, the end of the mind being the end of personality, being as the teaching that there is no personality or progress after the physical body is dead, and how all of the religious schools or philosophical schools of thought have been trying to show actual alchemical scientific proofs or natural proofs using the doctrine of analogy, or what is the doctrine of correspondences, which means that in life all things are similar, are all set to a similar pattern. Going back to the Neoplatonists, the emanation is saying that things all come from the monad, or the one, and that monad being that positive, the positive nature, the spiritual nature, which is the causal plane, and this realm being the physical realm of effects. Now, the opposite of that is what we've been taught in school, is that after, that this realm of effects or phenomenon is the only realm, there is no causal realm, and therefore we should learn to live as long as we can in the flesh, even to be as far or stupid enough to want to become immortal through artificial intelligence, rather than tapping into the natural immortality that we're already pre-gifted with. All of the initiate schools, all the mystic schools from the east to the west have all taught the doctrine of eternal immortal progression. And it wasn't until there has been some misinterpretations by the Orthodox Eastern system, where the priestcraft of both East and West, so both Christian as well as Eastern, as we have in the Christian tradition or on the West, a thought of either going to heaven or hell and facing eternal hell, or you have in the West more of a nihilistic approach where there is nothing after this life. You just completely die, you're a meat suit, the only thing you can live on. And then you have some more esoteric doctrines that have snuck into the West through the Eastern misinterpretations of like no self or annihilation of the self. So that basically saying that when you die, or the highest way to reach is to be annihilation of the personality or the self, and that there is no real progression, but there is no actual soul. The same way reincarnation teaches, in the same way that you basically, when you live and die in different bodies, you forget the past lives, so you can only tap into them in a certain way, and it just makes it all difficult and complicated. And the reason why is because if we go into what the Vedas, explain about the four, basically the four ages, like everything has 4 seasons. Right now we're in winter, summer, winter, fall, spring, and essentially the ages of the year. So we had the different yugas, the gold age, the silver age, the bronze, and right now we're in that age of ignorance. So we're coming down into that age of ignorance where things have gotten scattered, lost over time, but now we're experiencing the reignition. Just like a yo-yo goes down, and then so far it goes down, it must reach its lowest point to go up. And that brings me to my next point, that this physical realm of effects is actually the physical representation, or the emanation of the invisible causal realm. And our whole goal is that the causal realm created these different individual viewpoints of individual personality souls that descend in a process of involution down into its negative zone. So we have the spiritual positive, which is the invisible, the spiritual, the non-seen, and then we have its negative counterform, which is at its lowest point, the physical realm. And our goal is to, as spiritual souls, to have eternal immortal progression.
and to utilize this realm to gain conscious immortality for eternity. So that's what we're going to be getting into. So thank you.
Consciousness utilizes forms to exist. The 12 zodiac has been used to symbolize the 12 energetic behaviors that modify a phenomenon on the outer and inner planes. There is the physical dense form, which has 12 systems, such as the skeletal system, muscular system, tissue system, digestive system, nervous system, etc. There's also the finer and more subtle astral form that has the 12 compartments in and of itself. So the astral body, the astral form, the more finer aspect of man, also has 12 different compartments. Each compartment is given a symbol of the zodiac and the celestial vault. In the same way, there's the 12 cranial nerves in the brain relating to the 12 intelligences or the 12 zodiac, as above, so below. So, the ancient wisdom seers who compiled the sacred writings utilized spiritual truths and sayings and mapped them in the sky, or better yet, they were able to see the correspondences of the rhyme and rhythm of the seasons and how everything operates cyclically. So they were able to stamp the eternal truths of the ages, the secret teachings of all ages, and see the corresponding symbols within the sky, and be able to map them eternally for all who are able to comprehend and self-actualize and self-realize their cosmic role in the grand scheme of things, because there is the great plan, there is the great work. The soul, or the infinite consciousness, divided itself and created many offspring of soul monads, which differentiated into male and female attributes, and they descended into the natural world in order to acquire their supernatural heritage, which allows them to become citizens of the ethereal and celestial dimensions. So, the vault of heaven in all cultures has been divided into the 12 zodiac, plus the sun, which is the voyager or the hero on the journey itself. So that solar aspect of ourself, the sun in and of ourselves, represents in the beginning the eternal deific being with full actualized love and wisdom, created in numerous realms which facilitated numerous entities and avenues for experience, because consciousness must have a form in order to experience. And that spirit that experiences through those experiences gains the experiences, and that is what molds the soul. So the main principal being sprung out a well of supreme love and joy, and manifested myriads and myriads of beings or entities. So these entities are all in seek of knowledge, self-knowledge, because before differentiation they were just unconscious of self, just innocent entity beings, ethereal astral entities, celestial angelic beings with no knowledge of good and evil. Hence the Adam and Eve story of the souls descending and then acquiring the knowledge of both good and evil. So on this cyclical journey down, we can notice how the zodiac explains how energy transforms as it begins in its first state of consciousness, which is I am. Aries, the first zodiac, holds the energies of spring, blossom, renewal. Each year's spring rebirths and allows nature to reflourish from the dead aspect of winter. When we comprehend that aspect, we understand that in the beginning, before consciousness was differentiated, and when it first was differentiated in the highest realms, before it would descend down the 7 rings, or the 7 stages of involution, its first experience was I am. And when we're born in the physical realm, we know that our first experience around the age of 3, 3.5, 4 is I am. And from I am, we build our foundation. We begin enthusiastic. And it's interesting how in the Bible, in the Gospel of John, which has a lot of Aries symbolism, because in the celestial science we know that the characters take on the celestial energies and explain the psychological phenomenon of the mind. Aries, the first zodiac, holds the energies of that first energy of I am, and then passes the torch to Taurus, which is I have, a more stable, sustained energy. And the stories of the Bible in the beginning, everyone is saying to drop what they're doing, to follow the master, the teacher. Everyone's impulsive, to follow the first spiritual impulse, to not rationalize, but to follow within faith or on a whim, as John the Baptist is eager to explain to the followers that the Christ principle that is coming is to baptize with fire, whereas he only baptized with water. So moving from water to fire, because we're coming out of it was explaining how we have to be dunked in, the soul is dunked into the physical body, which is the realm of earth and water. So you're baptized in water. That water then transpires you to the next level of fire when that vaporous entity is extracted from the water and allows you to experience the self-consciousness, which is the human purpose of being a human being, is to establish self-consciousness, self-relation, and understanding the purpose of life and where we stand as entities and servitors of that one supreme cause that emanated all of the various realms and compartmentalizations of entities that give us the various experiences that feed the soul and allow us to experience. So as we said, as we see that the sun goes from Aries to the sign of Taurus, we go from the enthusiastic energy of Aries, just drop it and go, follow the spirit, impulsiveness, being a pioneer and a leader. But then that energy transforms. Even in the Bible, the next chapters start talking about sowing and reaping, farming, planting, and when we become more practical and sustained, we go from that fire energy of cardinal Aries to the Taurus, fixed Taurus, put the plow to the field. We have to learn how to utilize our I am, our individuality, which is the mod of Aries, and then have that energy transfer to I have, to be able to acquire, to be able to utilize what we have, to be able to do good work. So the New Testament, when read correctly, by unlocking the seals and understanding that there's 7 different interpretations and layers to all the sacred texts, because 7 is a number that corresponds to the perfection of nature. When you go into numbers and understand that each number symbolically represents various means to an end of comprehension of the information, because math is the universe is math, and numbers communicate order. And the order comes from the intelligent principle of love and wisdom, which if you look at my previous videos, I explain how consciousness is differentiated and how the monad and the dyad functions and how the elemental physical realms are manifested. So please take a look at all my other all the other videos that I posted to have a better understanding, because this is more of an advanced topic. This is esoteric astrology. And once you have the keys of the astrology is the one key, and then the mysteries of the tarot, which we'll go into later, will be the second key, which unlocks all mysteries of the universe and understanding all things from a higher perspective. So, as you can see, we read the Bible correctly, we can see that these energy changes take place as the chapters go on. We go from the enthusiastic energy, and they all contain spiritual truths, moral truths, and we go from, they're all leaving what they're doing, they're dropping their fishing poles and shovels, they're following Jesus into town, they're not sure who he is, but they have this whim, and that whim is also the faith that we also have to have on the initiation or spiritual journey upward to higher realms. Because we have to drop our rational thoughts, we have to drop what we've been fed, we have to become like children and see the world through new eyes, and just take up our yoke and walk. So that's when the energy transformed into Taurus, where we become more practical, more earthy, and understand that there is a practical nature to this as well. So I am perfectly hands it off to I have. That cardinal fire of Aries perfectly blends into and transfers the energy to Taurus, because everything works cyclically. So, that's a spiritual impulse that just goes forth. So it goes forth without question. So to be baptized with water, then fire, as John the Baptist states, is the change of ages, as John is not worthy, as he mentions the sandals. He mentions that he's not worthy to even unbuckle the sandals because the Pisces rules the feet. So this is the hidden language.
So the initiates of ancient times had to go through trials of earth, water, air, and fire, each one to basically isolate each of the internal elemental structure, separate them, work on each one and purify them, starting at earth, water, then air, and then fire, representation of purifying the physical body, the astral emotional body, and finally the mind, and then the higher spirit. Once all the elements are purified, they are then put back together and form the philosopher's stone. So the initiates of old would go through different types of initiations through earth, whether that be survival, water, walking along a dangerous water ravine, air, a test of balance, fire, walking through fire, spirit, a near-death experience, usually administered by the shaman or the priest, like an artificial near-death experience. And then once the initiate had earned the right to understand the mysteries, they became an elementally organized being, which is able to conduct the higher spiritual frequencies. So now in our modern life, as the age of Aquarius comes, these initiations come in our personal private lives. These initiations of earth, water, air, and fire are already happening. Our consciousness is always training us and trying to make us to become balanced in these areas. Now our birth chart helps us determine which areas need to be tempered and which areas are balanced. Basically what endeavors will ignite us, which endeavors will deflate us, and be able to understand where we should preoccupy our energies, where do we need to pay attention. Where energy flows, energy goes. So we have to learn where our energies are going and how we're utilizing them. Usually in the water, you're tested with your relationships. With your air, you're tested mentally. Usually a trial of deception or a trial of betrayal or an embarrassment that you overcome. And then usually the trials, spiritual trials, happen while you're asleep on the inner planes. You'll notice that you're actually overcoming obstacles and problems that occur on the internal planes. I'm doing free Skype calls, Zoom calls for about $50 an hour. Let me know in the comments or the email I provide. Also, check out Best Made Natural Products, link in the description. Help you with your internal elemental structure and help you maintain the nutrification of the cells through the cell salts. There's various cell salt remedies there. And stay tuned. Thank you. So we learn how to command the elemental structure in our external nature when we learn how to finally command and dominate the elemental nature of our internal nature. The physical body is made up of the 4 elements plus the 5th, which is ether, earth, fire, water, and air, each one coming together to manifest the consciousness. Now, on the external plane, we see fire, earth, water, and air, air being a more mediator. We hear tells of, in the myths or even stories of real historical people where they're able to actually control the elements, walk through fire, levitate, still earthquakes, still storms. So, of course, this can be taken literal when seen from a mystic perspective of when you're communing with the Father or the eternal consciousness of God, and you have controlled your internal nature of your inner water, which is your emotions, your astral body, your sexual nature. When you control your earth, which is your body, your mode of action. When you control your mind, which is your air, which is your thoughts. And when you control that fire, which is the consciousness, the impulse, and the sense of sight, and you're able to control these forces, then your life on the outer plane, your elements will be balanced as well. So you'll see that your relationships will work out better, your modus operandi or your work or vocation will go better. You'll notice that your mind is more sharp and able to pierce more into the mysteries of nature. And then you'll learn that you have control over your fire, which is the willpower, over the waters of the emotions. And this creates an alchemical pressure system in which the philosopher's stone is actually created. You're always in the process of creating the philosopher's stone, or the alchemical elixir within the body. The body is created as a perfect laboratory that, if all the conditions are met appropriately, starts manifesting actual liquid gold. Or the sun, the solar light actually starts crystallizing within our nervous system. And then once our nervous system is fully purified, we become solarized and we activate our solar mind. Now, women should activate their lunar forces and men should activate their solar forces, because men are by nature a little bit more dominant and women more passive. So when we actually activate these to our full potential, then we're able to negate the circumstances of the physical realm. Pain won't mean much anymore. You'll become more patient. You'll become more tolerant. You'll become a better communicator to others. So the elements all have to do with these correspondences. And when we balance our elements within and learn how to command the elementals and internal elemental nature of our psyche and our consciousness, then the physical plane will also follow suit. So just like Moses parted the Red Sea, he turned the water into blood. We have Jesus stilling the storm, which is from a earlier story of stilling the storm. We have Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita and the Puranas, where he held up the mountain, so controlling the earth element, walking upon the waters of life, because you see, the consciousness is always walking upon the waters. The consciousness is the observer, the witness, and it's always hovering above the waters, which is the astral matrix, which is then connected to the physical body. So the cross or the crucifixion, you have the four angles: is earth, fire, water, and air. You have the levels of life. We're on the timeline, and then we're also on the eternity rung. So there's two timelines. What they mean by two timelines is there's the linear timeline, and then there's the levels, what level of consciousness you are. Because when you rise your consciousness and you control your elemental natures and you go through initiations of earth, water, air, and fire, which in the past used to be more literal and physical, where they would walk over like a tightrope over a dangerous bridge, or they would go through fire, or stay in a temple for 3 days in darkness. These are all trials that relate to the elemental astral aspects of our consciousness and how we deal with our life from a witness perspective. And every single day our consciousness tests us, whether that test be of earth, water, air, or fire, to finally reunite and combine these elements and then produce the fifth element, which should be the ether. And then that's when you have more awareness, more consciousness, and you can manage your life more, because as within, so without. If you're controlling your internal emotional nature or your internal fire, and you're able to control your body and your lower nature impulses, then that energy is liberated and is able to throw open the gates and let the consciousness through and activate the mind on higher levels, so that you're using more of your consciousness as being embodied. You can't have all your consciousness embodied if your elemental structure's not in balance.
Hey everyone, this is Chris here. Welcome to your next Syncretism Virtual Academy class. I'll be trying to help you understand the different layers of the spiritual emanation and how the spirit descended from the unlimited causal conscious plane and became conditioned by these separate manifestations of that causal plane, what we term as Jacob's ladder, because we know that the soul descended from the causal plane of unlimited nature. So there, we didn't have form. We had multiple forms. We had an individuality, but we didn't have a set form. We were unlimited. So when we descended into the emanation of the astral plane, this is where we became designed particularly. We got all our particularities, our ideals, forms, and our astral emotions, preferences, things that we feel that are like a psychic in nature, invisible. Some would term it the emotional realm, but the emotional realm is also deeply connected with the physical realm. So these would be superior forms, designs. It would be felt in the sense that instead of like emotions, it would be more the realm of ideals. So everything is carrying out a particular ideal. This is where a lot of the beautiful stories that we are perceiving, like the mysteries of Santa Claus and the story of these different hero archetypes and different scriptures and ancient texts, they all have an existence in the astral design realm of ideals and forms. And those ideals and forms take on more of a dense form and are perceived as we descend even lower into the impersonal realm of the gaseous force. This is what Thomas H. Burgoyne says would be the third emanation of the spirit as it descends from the spiritual causal realm, the word, angelic, personal, into the astral realm of designs, ideals, or forms, finally crystallizing into the gaseous force realm of the impersonal nature, which is the impersonal emanation of the elements. So we have fire, water, liquid, gas. This is where we start taking on a physical essence. We go through a brief consciousness. Consciousness goes through a brief dreamlike state in the world of matter by protruding through the mineral kingdom, which is like a dreamless state, plant life, which is like a casual dream state, and finally animal, which is the first expression of consciousness. That on the material plane, that would be the first material consciousness that manifests, that has the ability to access what we term consciousness. After being unlimited and descending into the astral gaseous, finally descending into the material realm in the sense of mineral, plant, animal, and descending upward before even becoming a human, we acquire that what we would call the dreamless state, dream state, finally the animal state or our consciousness, until we become what he termed the glory, the culmination, human, because man is the measure of the universe. We are a minute reflection of the monad that descends from the spiritual realm, which is what we would term a perfect realm. All of this ancient scriptures term it in different ways. You have Christians, the kingdom of heaven, seventh heaven, term it from the Eastern perspective, where Krishna and Radha reside, the divine monad that are forever. A monad is like it's masculine, feminine, Krishna and Radha, right brain, left brain in the human body. So as the soul descends to know itself, it ascends by one law of internal progression. Thomas H. Burgoyne in Light of Egypt brings up Volume 1. Thomas H. Burgoyne, Light of Egypt, Volume 1. He brings up the fact of eternal progression, and that the souls that descends from the monad splits into Adam and Eve. So the mysteries of Adam and Eve. So we need to definitely go into the first emanation. When we descend from the spiritual realm, there's a split. We start to descend and become our masculine, feminine counterpart. Boom. So you're masculine, and then let's say you're a boy, so I'm a boy. So my soul part is the part that manifested that part as a boy, and the other side manifested that part as a girl. Would be the other part of the soul that descended from here and split. But as they split, they need to rejoin in order to ascend back up through these kingdoms appropriately, holistically. So the creators definitely created like a beautiful game structure to allow us to become whole within ourselves. Essentially, Earth is the mid-garden where this journey takes place. As the monad descends, splits into the one becomes the two. Two manifest here as humans in the mid-garden to work on our heart chakra, which is the mid part of our Taurus field. So we descend into the Taurus field, become humans, which are also Taurus fields, and we work on our hearts. The animal conscious chakra levels can only work up to the solar plexus. So we have the ability as humans now to activate our hearts, our throats, our pineal glands, and the top of our head, the crown chakra. When we descend to the Taurus field, it's cool to look at it like this. These spring and summer signs, life, spirit, death, matter, incarnating into the physical realm. So this is before we incarnate. We actually have a life before we're here, and we descend, just like Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita says, me and all these kings, all of these people, there's never been a time where we haven't been. We've always been, but now we're self-actualizing in the material realm with a design, ideal form, gaseous, with this gaseous form to become a dense physical body, to become entombed in the realm of matter so that we can have a unique individuality to return to the spiritual realm, oneness with difference. So we transverse up through ascending inside of our body. Our body is what we'd call the tomb, but the tomb is what we use to ascend back up to these. So we have to, once we become a human, we actually are able to help animals, help plants. We help grow plants. We look after minerals, animals, plants. We understand the forces of the gases, the forces of the impersonal nature of Krishna, or the Supreme Christos, or Christ. And we understand the astral plane. We start investigating ourselves when we're asleep, and also being asleep, understanding the allegory of being asleep even when we're awake. Like right now in this physical realm, it's considered allegorically we're asleep. So when we are investigating the astral plane, we have to investigate it when we're awake and when we're asleep. And we're definitely going to be going in to ways to help us explore that part. Okay, there's a couple of quotes I wanted to read. One from Alvin Boyd Kuhn. I recommend everyone read The Lost Key to the Scriptures by Alvin Boyd Kuhn. And all this is extremely pertinent to the present essay, because the word death is the key word of focal import that carries the whole biblical reference to the involutionary side of the theological construct. This death is precisely what the divine soul suffers upon, and through its descent into the human body. It is the comprehensive word used to cover the whole range of the soul's loss of its divine nature. So he's explaining how death is human incarnation, and we lose our unlimited nature from the spiritual causal plane. But a part of us does exist there. That part is imperishable, unmanifest, and it's what Krishna speaks of in the Bhagavad Gita as the Supreme Self. It is the comprehensive word used to cover the whole range of the soul's loss of its divine nature, our being, as it plunges downward on the Jacob's ladder between heaven and earth. It is the Bible's testimony and confirmation of the lost doctrine of involution as both a dialectically and a factually necessary predecessor of evolution. If any of the hundreds of students of Greek, Chaldean, and Oriental religions who have been conversant with the characterizations of the soul's life in the body as its death has ever caught the idea that possibly the conception could or should be applied to the elucidation of the Christian biblical material, the inklings has never got beyond the recesses of private thought. If at any time the idea generated a hint in this direction, the movement of suggestion that might have gone on to monotonous discovery has been discouraged, deterred, and thwarted by the instinctive perception of the absolutely shattering and submersive implications which the doctrine held for traditional Christian theology. For the full reach of these involvements embraced the necessary transferal of the death of the Son of God from a physical and historical basis and reference to a majestic symbolic depiction of a purely spiritual or anthropological transaction, and that not in the case of one man, but of all men, through death to life. Hercules, the first philosopher generally mentioned in histories of philosophy, gives expression to the conception, which is quite basic for the intelligent approach to this ancient view of the soul's life and body. He speaks of the several elements formed by the gradations of atomic composition of matter at different levels and says that a lower one lives the death of a higher one, as a higher one dies under the life of a lower one. Water lives the death of air. So, for example, he's saying that water lives because air dies. Air is crucified and dies for water to live. Water lives the death of air, he says, as air lives the death of fire. This is to say that the seed of a higher life must give its vital essence over to a sort of static death. Static death. When it projects its energies outward and downward and incorporates them in organisms existing on the plane below its own status, thus to become the inspiring and souling life-giving principle in those organisms. Hence, the sun dies, and that soul spirit, the invisible sun, sheds its inner essence for the lower organisms or the material dwellers to have our existence and being. So it's really deep stuff. It's beautiful. It's poetic. It's anagogical. It's our ability to use our right hemisphere of our brain to be like children and activate what we talked about in our last lesson, how George W. Carey said we have to become like children and know that Santa Claus is real. The Santa Claus exists within our hearts on an everyday level. And there'll never be a time where it won't exist because it's instilled and stamped in creation forever. From the realm of ideals, it's close to the angelic world, and that's why it's kind of invisible, you know? Now, I'd like to touch on Hermetic Masonry by Frank C. Higgins. This guy, it's a beautiful book where he decodes all the mysteries pertaining to the ancient craft where before it got corrupted, it was once beautiful. Man is on this chapter is called the 12 Fellow Crafts. Man is unable to comprehend eternity in any other sense than that of a circle. The greater God of all the old pantheons always represented time, and he was the father of all other gods. He carried in his hand a straight line and a circle. The first had beginning and end, the second neither. This represented time and eternity. The straight line divided into 12 equal parts also represented matter. From it was constructed the great cosmic triangles of 3, 4, and 5 parts, the foundation of all geometrical science. The solar universe constituting a stupendous clock keeping more perfect time, and the divinely adjusted revolutions of all its parts than the most perfect chronometer of human workmanship, naturally conveys the notion of periodic time and also furnishes the means for its measurement in the circular courses of the planets around the great dial of the ecliptic. The almost circular but still ecliptic course, this is back when they didn't understand that the Earth was flat. Of course, the Earth around the sun, what it means to say, actually, he got it right the first time when he said the planets revolving around the ecliptic. So essentially, see, logically, we know that the Earth is a plane, that we live on a plane of inertia. The division of this year circle into 12 equal parts is one of the pillars of geometry, as its further section into 360 is in mathematics. Neither is an arbitrary process, but each is founded on fixed natural principles. The allegory of King Solomon's temple, so closely parallel upon real historical happenings to a material edifice, was that of the fruitful year, with its bountiful harvest and various other blessings, scarcely erected and dedicated ere falling into destruction and decay. The story of the annual building of the temple, its destruction and restoration in 3 days, the untimely loss of its chief architect, and of its miraculous revival for the purpose of continuing his labors, is a theme of legends as old as the pyramids, if not older, and has been told in many different ways to various different races and ages. So essentially what he's trying to explain is that this is what the story is trying to, this is the story that's been passed down from the Eclectic, and we're taught this through stories like King Solomon or King Arthur and the knights of the 12 around King Arthur and the knights table. We have this stamped in our spiritual DNA, and this sine wave is the secret to understanding why things happen the way they do, where we are now and where we're going, and who we are as opposed to who we are not. So I put together a small thing I need to do screen share to show. And let's get into this. Let's see. So that sine wave is the eternal cycle that we descend into. And this eternal cycle is a cycle of souls being created in the causal plane, descending into physical incarnation through involution, and evolving out with consciousness and cogniscience back to the causal plane, becoming unconditioned and returning back to our homes. And in the process, this realm here, the physical plane of inertia, becomes perfected and slowly becomes spiritualized to the point where this realm, this physical realm, will merge with the spiritual heaven realm, and we'll take this realm up to the 7th dimension at one point. But that's when we apply out, it happens in a natural course of time, because this physical realm is a astral. It's actually a crystallization or a dense form of the astral plane. So everything here in this physical realm can be found in the astral plane. So eternal cycles. So we talked about the spiritual realm, and the best ways to correlate to the spiritual realm is understanding that this realm is what gives birth to the first emanation, or the first utterance, or the first movement, which is the word, the logos, coming from the unlimited or causal plane, whereas we are in the realm of effects, redshift, blue shift. So under the spiritual realm, we have the astral realm, which is the realm of ideas and forms. This is where archetypes and various different behavior patterns and longings and comprehensive ideas and forms take place. This is where the unlimited becomes a bit more limited, more crystallized into more forms that are more fixed. And finally, the impersonal force realm, which is the gaseous realm, which takes place in form, gives birth to the mineral world of phenomenon, which is the cube, matter, or in the tomb where we're deposited. Plant realm life facilitates the consciousness in the dream realm. It gives birth to that, as well as the animal realm of consciousness is where animals exist in the physical realm, which gives birth to our ability to have consciousness, access to the consciousness here in this physical realm. So they're like the bridge. Almost, I'd say humans are more of the bridge, but they're a portal for spiritual, invisible forces and beings to incarnate into the physical realm and go through their cycle of necessity. So finally, we come to the human realm of mind, where we have access of mind, self-reflection, our ability now to self-reflect and analyze our thoughts, behaviors, and become self-individualized as we have separated from, well, not separated, but we become dense. We become the counterpart of the spiritual causal realm and have descended to the physical realm to experience this workshop. And we as humans have a really big responsibility because we're the culminating point. So it says involution and evolution, internal progression. Sorry, the thing's in the way of the title, I apologize. The soul involves itself in matter and begins its ascent up Jacob's ladder in the same way the spinal fluid rises up the spinal column. So as you attend this academy, you'll hear what we term the sacred secretion, or the fluid that descends from the cerebrum down into the sacrum and makes its annual journey back up into the pineal gland, resurrecting the dead brain cells and incarnating more of this material force into material form and becoming spiritualized here. We'll notice the similarities between the outer happening of the soul actually descending into human form and how this fluid descends from the cerebrum, causal plane, becomes differentiated in the pineal and pituitary gland, and it descends and separates down into the sacrum. And through right living and living in accordance with natural law, it rises back up and unites and becomes unified again. Well, that's very similar to how the soul descends into matter, goes through its alchemical transformation, and reascends. So on the left, we have a picture here. We see the material man on the lower part of the picture, and the crucified spirit, which is the transcendental, not the fleshly vessel, but the spiritual man within, which is immortal. It's the higher self, the higher guidance. Krishna, Christ, Buddha, God's emanations, God's avatars, God's messengers. It's the Christ that descends from the highest spiritual realm and manifests in various different ways throughout its descent. One way, as we would refer to it, being crucified into matter, giving birth to us, an actual physical organism. By recognizing the defects of the material realm, how it's a shadow, and how there's a lot of very, very cruel, evil things that can take place in this realm that are not right. We learn that it's very, very possible that the soul descends in a way that is of its own accord, and it decided to descend. And if it decided to descend, it has to face the repercussions of that descent. So when you decide to say, hey, F it, I'm just going to descend and commit harm to myself or others, or then essentially you're deciding to descend, and it's going to hurt. It's going to cause pain and suffering and attachment. So here in this material realm, unlike the spiritual realm, we can experience these negative qualities. So by recognizing the defects of ourselves and not identifying with the body, we can transcend the five senses and begin the resurrection process, which is an internal alchemical process that's brought about through self-remembering, abiding in the essence, practicing the path of alchemy and transmutation of the soul, by living the example that Jesus and Krishna and the other incarnations of the highest truth of God set out as an example for us to live, so that we can crucify our five senses and give birth to the spiritual man within and ascend up Jacob's ladder. This brings our attention back to the sine wave. Our home in the spiritual realm, I like to see it as, in the spiritual realm, on the sine wave, we can see it as the summer and spring signs of the zodiac. So we have Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo. Summer and spring being the spiritual realm. When our soul descends from the monad and separates into male and female counterparts, it bites the apple and falls into the tomb of matter, or the underworld. And this is the physical realm. And then we have our resurrection in spring, which is we experience spring every year. But after our life of the death of winter, we also experience the spring of resurrection. We also have a spiritual high point in Leo. And we have there's judgment, of course, from the ancient Egyptians. The scales of Libra judge our heart, weighed against a feather. This all has a direct impact to our actions now are going to impact our reality later. And it's beautiful to know that, the physical realm is the death of the soul. And yes, we can see, you can become more numb here. You can become more and more in tuned in matter. We'll get to that. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. I apologize. The spiritual realm is seen in the summer and spring signs of the sine wave, while physical realm, or the underworld, is reflected by the fall and winter signs of the zodiac. The soul dies when it falls into physical incarnation. God said, if you eat of the apple, you will die. He was referring to our fall into physical incarnation. Now, the soul can become more hardened and attuned in matter and experience various levels of forgetfulness. This is why it's good to practice meditation, prayer, yoga, chanting, physical exercise, working with your material elements. By working with your body, you're awakening your mind. By awakening your mind, you're giving health to your body and soul. So this is how we wake up from being forgetful, from paying attention to ourselves moment from moment. Every day through these practices, we can activate our cognisance and pay attention to everything around us, observing all aspects of ourself, our life, our psyche, and putting forth genuine effort to make changes where there is darkness and ignorance. This is the key to achieving an inner summer or spring. So here in the physical realm, we also experience the beautiful spring and blossoms of spring and summer. If once we raise our energies up and experience the baptism from earth into water, from air into fire, we ascend and experience a summer and spring here now. Just in the same way it comes around on summer and spring, we can experience that. Even in wintertime, we can activate our summer and spring. As opposed to the dark night of the soul, which would be the winter and fall signs of the zodiac. Fall would be close to like the temptation that is symbolic of the temptation that leads us to that dark, depressive state. And then this challenge will give fertile ground for resurrection or self-renewal in spring. So the sine wave turns back on itself here and starts again at Aries. Again, resurrection. So as you can see, this is the will of God, the Dharma will, the rotor will. And essentially this is depicting folded back into itself. It makes the circle of the zodiac, and in the middle we have Adam Kadmon, which is the microcosmic man, or as we said, the human, the culmination point. We are the below physical aspect, and he is the 12 zodiac above in the eclectic. So on the head here, see that Aries is spring. The day it starts would be 6 a.m. Aries correlates to the rooster because the rooster crows at 6 a.m. The rooster is a potent energy sign. The body starts at Aries, the head, the man that was laying down, who is the blueprint of the heavens. The head rules over Aries. So 6 a.m., Aries, the head, rules over our cerebrum. The sacred year starts in Aries, whereas the secular year starts in Capricorn. We make our physical goals of improvement in our physical realm in Capricorn, and we make our idealistic, invisible spiritual aspirations in spring. We always want to renew, to change our bad habits. It's the best time to start our spiritual aspirations and goals during the sacred new year, and our physical aspirations in the Capricorn, January, secular first of the year. So as we know, Aries being the head, and on the ecliptic 6 a.m., Aries also is that energy that always goes first. Wherever they go, they're always first, and they go where angels fear to tread. So it's a courageous sign. So at 6 a.m., we can utilize this courageous energy to get up and activate our internal spiritual atoms, and to, just like the rooster crows at 6 a.m., when it gets that energy, that electrical surge that emanates when the sun rises, it rises with a bang. That's Aries, 6 a.m. Soul cycles. The sun goes through a cycle in which it is born, matures, reaches its highest point, begins declination, becomes dead in the winter, and resurrects in spring. The sun is the macro soul of man, and the journey of the sun is really the interior journey of birth, death, and sacrifice, and finally resurrection of the soul in regards to being entangled in the tomb of matter. This is the esoteric wisdom of the ages. In the same way we see, as we live, we look around and we see the trees that once were lush and green in the summer become dead in the winter. For the first time, one may think that the trees are forever going to be withered and dead, but it is only until we witness the resurrection firsthand that we begin to understand the cycles of nature. By observing intuitively the cycle of the sun and how it impacts nature and renews it cyclically, and by observing this intuitively, we can come to a space of calm in knowing that in order to have that, in the same way those trees are renewed after the fall and winter, and in the spring they blossom with flowers once again, in the same way the soul that's entombed in matter in the underworld of winter will resurrect and have its spring, its summer in the spiritual realm. That's how we triumph. That's how the hero conquers darkness. Because the matter and all the dead plants, dead things are renewed by the sun. When you solar gaze, or when you raise the chrism, which is from the solar plexus, that solar energy reaches the Lamb of God and reactivates the talents and dead brain cells that were once latent or dead in winter. It renews them and brings back life to them, as the ability to rise the dead, just as we see in the pastimes of the God incarnate Christ, the stories of the transcendental pastimes of that emanation of the supreme realm, which we would refer to as the inner sun, or the spiritual sun, which is the symbol of the great spirit in us, which helps us resurrect from our inner winter. So as we can see, how do we experience these season changes within our own self? Well, as you can see, the pineal gland, Joseph, secretes the milk. Maturatory Mary secretes the honey, both from the same source. So like we talked about here, how the monad descends from the spiritual realm and splits into the dyad, Adam and Eve, so too the oil descends from the top of the brain, the cerebrum, the Most High, and differentiates itself in the two laboratories, the pineal and pituitary gland, and make its way down into physical incarnation or the sacral. Are you starting to see how this inner happening, the outer seasons, as well as the soul's descent into matter, are all intricately connected? They are all one. Just like Santos says, all is attuned, all is atom. The sacred oil returns after crossing the crucifixion, enters the cerebellum. Golgotha, the place of the soul, where the crucifixion takes place. Christ is refined 1,000-fold and is resurrected, and spring comes to the body. Your blood is completely renewed and replenished. Your insights are renewed. Your connections with the Creator is renewed. Your ability to comprehend things are finally just how they were when you were a child. Your inner excitement comes back. You can experience the honeymoon phase as the pituitary gland Mary secretes the honey in the brain. You can experience the honeymoon phase by retaining your energy and living in accordance with natural law. The two sacred oils travel down into the solar plexus via the semilunar ganglion, which is the pneumogastric nerve. The psychophysical germ is the fruit of the tree of life, and it is born in the solar plexus or the manger. The Eta, the red, and the Pingala, the blue, two nerve fluids, or at the crossing of the medulla oblongata, the crucifixion takes place, where it rests for 2.5 days before it comes out of the tomb, or the fornix, which is a space within the head, touches the optic thalamus, and activates the lamp. So this is how we raise our lamps. This is how we experience an inner spring or an inner summer. And we're able to overcome the dark night of the soul and all of the trauma that we've experienced being encased in matter. So the sine wave creates the drama of the hero's journey. Our lives are dramas. We read dramas. Everything is a drama. Life is a dramatic, beautiful catastrophe, essentially. It's a drama. The drama of our lives are dramas. Drama is Rama, and Rama is the Ram. And Rama in Sanskrit means a person with purity of mind, embodiment of Dharma, and attracts all with his divine appearance and qualities. Rama is the name of one of the avatars of Vishnu, which is the Christ or the Christos or the first emanation of the spiritual realm. Rama is Aries, the Lamb of God. Rama, or the cerebrum, the cerebrum. Our cerebrum, which is ruled by Aries, remember we said 6 o'clock, 6 a.m. Aries, the head is a cerebrum. That ram is our inner Moses. Moses blows the ram's horn and says, stop worshiping the golden calf. He's talking about moving from the Taurus lower brain, which rules the cerebellum, into the age of Aries, or the ram, the cerebrum. This takes place naturally and cyclically. As we know, we've moved from the age of Taurus into the age of Aries. That's what that story symbolized. So it's not only just like a historical or astrological happening, it happens within us on a day-to-day basis. And we can activate our cerebrum through mastering our 4 seasons and elements. This is where spring resides in man's temple. This is where we need to begin the construction of Solomon's temple with the help of Hiram Abiff, which is an ancient story passed along through from the ancient stories of King Solomon, which is the Temple of Solomon, which is the temple of sun and moon, which is the left brain and right hemispheres of the brain. Hence, we are the Temple of Solomon. We talked about our last lesson with the Cain method of meditation, being shepherds of our energy, shepherding our sheep and our bulls with the staff. We talked about how we can bring the energy up from the lower mind. Mona Lisa smile, which means slightly smiling, which opens up the gate of heaven within the cranium. Golgotha is the place of the skull, the crucifixion. So, as follows: breathe up, feel the energy behind you moving up the spine, up to the back of the head and around. Fix your gaze slightly to your horizon. Mona Lisa smile, opening the inner gate channel. Now, if you reside here in the cerebrum, by fixing your gaze at the horizon, it'll activate the neocortex. Neocortex is the higher mind, and allows you to have functionality and control and dominate the cerebellum so that you can be a good cow herder like Krishna and activate your sheep and be a shepherd herder like Yeshua. So that's how you activate your cerebrum. And of course, transmuting the sexual energy by abstaining from releasing your sexual energy, from rising it up the spinal canal, vertebrae by vertebrae, up the shepherd's staff and around. Cool down. We are in the mid-garden, so we are eternally progressing from here, but we're like man and beast. We have divine angelic qualities from the spirit realm, and we have bestial animal qualities. So our goal is just to subliminate these instinctual animal qualities into their higher counterpart, not through forced celibacy, not through forcing ourselves through any dogma, but by comprehending ourselves intelligently and understanding how the sine wave impacts our lives and how to live in natural alignment with the seasons. So as we can see, we're the tree of life here placed over the human body. We can see Malkuth by the knees of the human body, close to the genital region. That is the physical realm. That's found. That is the physical incarnation where the soul descends from the top of the head, acquires these 7 virtues from the top 3 Sephiroth, which is love, wisdom, and truth. Emanate the 7, and the soul descends and appears in Malkuth and makes its journey back up. So this is by doing this process, just like a flower blooms from a seed and starts sprouting and blossoms, that sap within the flower. Finally, when that flower blossoms, the flower blooms and it's beautifully perfect and gives off a fragrance. In the same way, our bodies, if we don't interfere with them, have a similar process that takes place. From the dead of winter of the root chakra, we rise our chrism up the spinal canal into the springtime and activate the right hemisphere of the brain, where Jesus says he'll sit at the right hand of the Father. Essentially, this is talking about activating that right hemisphere of the brain through practicing correct living. George W. Carey said it's all about not getting in the way of a natural process that occurs naturally. Because we have become so traumatized, ill, and have abused ourselves for so long, we have to do extraneous methods to help recover what has been lost, because we have not been given this knowledge at the appropriate age. I am 24 years old, and I really wish I received this knowledge, at age 12, 13, 14, because, I received this knowledge at age 18, 17 and 18. And by then, I've already caused a lot of harm to myself. So I'm very grateful for this knowledge, and I hope that I'm able to help you guys on your journey. And I do ask, please leave me feedback. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help you, answer any questions. Feel free to comment, leave a message, ask any question. I'll try to help you the best I can. I really would appreciate feedback so I know what I can prepare for you guys if there's any specific needs in any area. So as you can see, the sine wave on the lower right, we have the sine wave, and how essentially it is going from, it goes up and down and up and down. So that's the law of rhythm. So we experience this on a day-to-day basis. 6 a.m. sunrise, 12 p.m. the sun's at its highest point, Leo. Boom, so much energy, so much sun, so much aliveness. And finally it sets in Libra, 6 p.m. And we experience that cyclically every day. And then we experience on a year level through summer, spring, winter, fall. And we also experience life in the spiritual realm, death by physical incarnation, our life here. We also experience like a little miniature summer and spring. And, finally we'll see the glorious realms of the ether realm, where we transmute and finally attain to the ether body, where we transmute our earth and water body and finally acquire the fire and air body. We'll definitely be getting into that, how this process is giving birth to more subtle realities of existence beyond here. So the seasons are within. We experience summer, winter, fall, and spring, not only in outer seasons, but as inner alchemical experiences that happen within. So everything is always connected. In the winter months, we're given the light that has been crucified, and our souls are enlightened. Our burdens are less, and we have more spiritual power. In the winter, we experience time of refuge and silence, meditation and contemplation. The summer, however, is full of work and rejoicing, as well as worried about physical aspects of life, appearance, vacations, getting businesses started. Things thrive in summer. However, it is the best time to practice yoga as well, because that's when the spiritual energies are also strong. So in the spring, we have a feeling of inner renewal and rebirth. Hence, the Lamb of God takes away the sins of the world. We see all the birds chirping and the flowers blooming. Beautiful time, a kingdom of heaven, essentially, in a little outer representation. If we used our winter appropriately, saved our seeds, and let our spiritual seeds germinate in that darkness of winter during the time that you experience winter, then you'll have a great spring, essentially. You'll reap your harvest. You'll reap what you sow. You will receive the rewards and rebirth of inner talents and renewal of ideas and energy and of your blood and of your physicality, depending on what seeds are planted in the wintertime. So how can we use a season like winter to our best advantage? One way is to go with the flow of the sine wave and immerse yourself in winter by meditating in darkness. I recommend meditating in a dark room, listening to classical music such as Mozart, Chopin, some of your favorite meditation music, singing bowls, mantras, kirtans from the Indian tradition. Make sure that you're sleeping in a dark room or you're meditating for an hour a day in utter darkness, because the pineal gland needs a certain amount of darkness to be able to secrete the appropriate fluids, melatonin and DMT, so that you can have visions and insights and epiphanies and communicate with the angelic realms. With meditation, the only way that meditation is going to work and be able to be of value is also if you're retaining the fire. What I mean by retaining the fire is using your sexual energy and your fiery impulses and conserving them, as if winter was cold and you needed to keep the chimney or wood in the chimney. Keep wood in your chimney. Remember, we talked about the allegory of Santa Claus, and we know the spinal column is the chimney. We know where the fire would reside. Keep your chimney stocked, keep the fire burning, and allow it to seep into the heart with the methods that we have gone over. In the wintertime, it's good to really go against the grain of our animal nature and really look at giving up some bad habits. What bad habits are pulling us and creating harm in our life. Winter is the time where we can come face to face with them. Because the sun is crucified and is in less strength, our inner sun is in more strength because it's correlated correspondently. So we have the ability to conquer during this time, to become, crucify our five senses and resurrect the inner master within. We can contemplate, we can do meditation by simply abiding in the essence, separating from thought, and being still for up to 30 minutes. But we can also use contemplative meditation and contemplate on the dead winter and the fall and how it represents the fertile ground for rebirth, how all things grow from the womb and how the womb is the tomb, and the tomb and the womb are darkness, but light is given birth from it. So this is not just for nothing. This is natural. This is a process that is taking place that is allowing us to experience this growth from within. Comprehend that when there is a low and a dark night of the soul, that light and renewal are in the making. That light and renewal are right around the corner. We have to analyze our defects and continue to transmute our animal nature into spring consciousness on a day-to-day basis. After years of work, you start transmuting more and more and incarnating your inner being so that you become less automaton, less automated, less animal, and more human, more man, more woman, more light, less dense. And that happens here and now through practicing what the ancients have laid out through us, through understanding the sine wave and the ecliptic, by aligning our lives to the seasons on a daily and yearly basis. We are able to analyze our defects and continue to transmute our animal nature into spring. Every year, the Great Spirit gives us the same trials and circumstances, continues to pop up. So basically, like the Great Spirit or the Great Mother gives us the same trials and circumstances continually, and they pop up in different ways throughout our life, and they reoccur. These patterns reoccur and continue to torment you on the journey until you are able to overcome them through identifying with the invisible being within, which is the Son, or the inner invisible Son, or the Christ that's crucified. Through that power, through that grace of the Christ that's within your heart, that dwells within you, you are able to conquer over these circumstances and learn the lessons of this material realm. So the invisible Sun, which is our soul in the seventh dimension, its highest form, and we are a fractal partial of Krishna, and Krishna is the invisible spiritual Sun, and so is Jesus, and so is that is our cause, as we are the many, the partials, and the effect of that. So what can we do with this knowledge? Well, we can utilize our inner Sun by being cognizant, by living in the moment, by feeling and remembering who we are and where we come from, and understanding the principle as within, so without. That so as there are seasons in the outer realm, and we see the sun go through different cycles, so inside of us we have different occurrences, different archetypes that appear within us that help move us along on our journey. The difference is that we're conscious of it, right? This happens to everybody, but people can choose how conscious they are of it. The visible sun is only a physical body of the spiritual sun. The spiritual sun is the symbol of the Christ. The Christ is the word that emanates from the causal realm. Our inner sun is the key to achieving the inner summer and conquering over our inner winter, or dark night of the soul. The sun liberates us from matter. In the same way, it vaporizes an ice cube into water, and then into vapor, and then finally into light. The sun is our salve, the invisible. It salves us and brings us upward into the heavens. In life, we live out a rhythm. We have ups and downs. We work hard and see results, only to be defeated. We then build ourselves back up and reach a point higher than what we had attained before. As a great master once said, an ascent is always followed by a descent. A descent is always followed by an ascent. We fall before we rise. When we are down, we're preparing for our highest point of victory. This is the common message in the hero story, because it is the story of the soul and the triumph over circumstances. Well, I hope you enjoyed this lesson. I hope that this can help you acknowledge who you are, where you come from, and where you're going. This world is feeding us nothing but nihilism, that everything happens for absolutely no reason at all, and that we are all here on a spinning ball due to our biological evolution. And the truth of the matter is the ancients taught us that everything comes from the invisible realm, and that this physical realm is an emanation from an invisible cause. So these are this is what we are trying to help people learn. Like I said, please leave me any feedback or any questions I can help you with. I'll be looking forward to seeing you guys at the next lesson. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the Syncretism Society Virtual Academy. Today we're going to be talking about the mysteries of transmutation. As we were talking about in the live podcast with Santos and Daniel on episode 25, we want to go deeper into
the safest, most beneficial ways to transmuting the sexual energy. Essentially, according to Samael Weor's mentor, Crum Heller, was an ancient Gnostic doctor, about, I'd say, late 1800s. And he was the one who said that if the sage were to dedicate himself to sexual retention as well as mantra vocalization, that this would be sufficient enough to awaken some of the latent, dormant abilities that we have within ourselves. A lot of people find it hard to transmute the sexual energy into more subtle currents within the human body. And that's because it's a very subtle process. The process has to be very subtle. Just like that laboratory alchemist, when they apply fire to the material to break it down to its most pure aspect, the fire is subtle. So we're applying subtle fires. That subtle fire is heated up through retaining the energy that accumulates in the lower chakras. Now, when we actually decide to come into union and practice what they would call the Maithuna, which would essentially mean when the king and queen, or the man and woman, come together, unite. The main key is to withdraw before reaching the spasm. So it's safe to say that, to even not get to the point where you're going to end up expelling that energy, and instead use mantra vocalizations to let the energy become transmuted, transformed up into the brain. So it's a very patient process, and essentially you can do it vocally out loud or within. And there's many mantras that have been given. I recommend you guys read the books by Samael Weor and use them practically. Even he said not to follow him. He's just a messenger. So the point is to utilize the beautiful teachings that he brought to us, that are for everyone. And anyone who wants to do due diligence can find this information. But I'm here to help you guys navigate in a safe, conductive way to help bring this knowledge to you all who are seeking this. And what we're going to talk about is that while you're in union with your partner and you feel like you're about to get to that point, I want you to slow down, stop, take a deep breath in. Imagine the light ascending from the bottom of the spine into the top of the brain. And vocalize the mantra. E. E-A-O. E-A-O is the mantra. E vibrates the pineal gland. A vibrates the heart and the astral body. And O transmutes the fluids of the male or female into its higher octave. We combine this with the subtle breathing technique of just inhalation and then exhale with the vowel sound. Put the focus here, here, and here. You can also do the mantra Fa, Ra, Om, Fa, Ra, Om. And this can be internally vocalized or externally, whatever you're comfortable with. The main point is that the sound of the mantras are subtle enough. Sound is a subtle vibration, it's about, I would say, more subtle than air. You have earth, water, air.
fire, sound, being subtle. That sound can merge and attract the sexual atoms up into the soul, the astral body, and nourish it, and then start directing to the brain, because where attention goes, energy flows. So when we use these mantras, we are vocalizing them, and we are moving the energy appropriately. And remember, if you are doing the internal, trying to experience that spasm internally, or getting to that point and having to clench your muscles and force yourself, then you're going too far. Try to let the pressure build up naturally. Be like a bee with pollen, pollinate in a very subtle way. And this fire will raise up each vertebrae of the spine until it reaches the brain. These mantra vocalizations, mixed with the simple breathing exercise of inhalation and exhale while vocalizing the mantra, will help facilitate this process. You could read Perfect Matrimony by Samael Weor or the Yellow Book. But I'm here to help you guys as well to understand that there's a right way and a wrong way to do things. And if you're adding too much fire to the flame, you're going to end up losing that fire, losing that oil. So essentially, you should only, in the beginning, only practice once every 24 hours. You should have, before you practice alchemy, you should have a good amount of time where you're actually staying celibate, which means like a small amount of time, maybe a month or a couple of weeks, where you're not engaging in that, so that you have enough fire, so that when you do, you actually have something to work with. And if you just do it very subtly and patiently with the mantra vocalizations, you'll feel the energy that would once happen down here in spasm will go up into the heart and the brain. You might even wake up with feelings of bliss, of that feelings up here. It's been allowed to rise and vaporize, like we talked about in the distillation process of Scorpio. And we do know how important it is to chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, E-A-O, E-A-O, or Ram 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 Ram. These sound vibrations help purify the animal instincts and allow that energy to be harnessed. Remember, on a day-to-day basis, our body's an alchemical transmutation chamber. So essentially, by keeping the tongue at the roof of the mouth, behind the teeth, the eyes ever so glancing at the horizon, and a small pull-up on that muscle, nothing intense. Breathe and feel the light go up and around, just like the shepherd's crook. We taught about the shepherd's crook in the previous lesson. E It's transmuted, and we can transmute it daily. Or Sagittarius rules the hips, and the sexual energy and the testosterone is in the hips. And by utilizing walking, conscious walking, going on a hike, going on a run, using your legs for laborious works, will help transmute the energy. You can also put your feet on a wall and like you were when you're a kid, get your feet up on a wall like that and just lay down properly so that your legs are inclined upward. Your body 90-degree angle to the wall. So your butt would be here, and then your head, your legs would be up here. And then you'd be laying down, have your body up for at least a minute, and then add another minute, 2 minutes, next day, 3 minutes, next day, 4 minutes, next day, 5. You can transmute the blood of this lower part up into the brain. Because apparently, back in the golden age, our sun used to be in our brain, and our moon used to be here in our lower sexual organs. And now the moon has come to our brain, and our sun has fallen. So we need to get our sun back into the brain and the moon back where it's supposed to be. We have to let that transference occur within us. So we have to be conscious, attentive, patient, let the pressure build. Don't get to the point where you have to, get to the emergency brake and or try to use some type of violent holding of the muscles, which is very, you can get that. That's for like the later stages, like right now, subtle, careful breathing mantras allow that energy to go up. You want the pressure to build up so much that it naturally rises up the chimney. If you're releasing energy halfway, it might not expel, right? But you're still releasing the energy, whether it's within or without. That is not building the pressure up. So you have to learn to build the pressure up in a way that's calm, subtle, and patient. Tongue here, eyes here. Remember the three breath. You got one in the belly, one in the mid chest, and one in the upper shoulders. Tongue here, eyes here. Bring it down. You do that every day in the morning before you go to bed. Breathe in, do E in the brain, in the heart, in the lower chakra. So these are three brains. The Atman, or the spiritual being within, attaches itself to a physical organism. This physical organism has three brains. We have the mind, the heart, the emotions. So we have the mind, the intellect, the heart, and the emotions, and then the sexual instinctual center. And the whole point is to get the sexual instinctual center to be dominated by the mind, and to follow our heart, to let the Christ and the inner divine mother resides in the heart temple. And she helps direct the ascent of this energy up the spine. And if we're just being lustful and crude and arrogant and just trying to have the sexual relationship to bring us pleasure and to get to the point where, we're about to do it, and then stop, and then make a mistake, that's bound to happen if you go too far. So this goes for male and females 100% equally. It's important to know to be very patient in the process, and that you're cooking a pot. It's like a alchemical pot. You're adding fire to the pot and boiling the waters. The waters are below. So you have the waters, and you have to boil it and turn into a vapor. And that steam is what we want to rise into the brain. But what happens if you turn the heat up too high on the pot? The water boils over. So you have to be like a cook or an alchemist to carefully, subtly separate the subtle from the gross. And that vapor, you're transmuting the entity of the fluid, not the fluid itself. The fluid becomes a vapor. That vapor nourishes the spinal system and creates the pressure for the seed to rise back to whence it came. So I hope that this is a part one, and it just to try to help with some basic techniques, and we'll be diving deeper into it in the next lesson. Thank you so much. Bye.